All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. Sorry for a bit of a late start. It's been a busy day, and I barely slept, so who knows how long this is gonna go. Um, yeah, it's one of them days. You know how it goes. All right, we're gonna try to do some cleanup stuff tonight. We gotta look at why that build's failing. I just read it. It's weird. We're gonna try to fix the Windows build for Hassle, because that should be relatively straightforward. Should be. And we just need to figure it out and go from there. So I should be able to, excuse me, reproduce it here. Hopefully pretty quickly. I guess we restarted for a Windows update or something. Once again. Also, I thought I turned off all this stupid AI nonsense here. Apparently they added new settings for it. Come on. Anyways, how's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well. Security update. Security. Update all the things. Update all the things. Oh. So, those of you that don't know, I posted a new State of the Bird yesterday. It is on the discourse. Not the Discord, the discourse. I'll give a link to it a little bit later. But if anyone wants it now, let me know. Always, it's discourse.iamfreedom.org. Always, I'll give you something you can actually click on later. Or whatever. I can do it now as I'm waiting for this, I guess. Like, I'm being lazy. And I'm just like, oh, wait, I'm not doing anything right now. Oh, actually, we should pin this while we're here. Pin topic. Select time frame. I want to do, like, fine, whatever, next month. Sure. Pin topic. Blink. Okay, there you go. Nobody's on YouTube right now, so I'm not going to post it over there, but boom, there you go. We, yep. Getting pretty good at filling those in. We were on 8. That's what we were on. Oh. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. So, anything fun going on? Anybody up to anything cool? I don't know. I'm waiting for updates. I don't know what the fuck to talk about. That's not what I meant to do. Like watching progress bars go brr. Here we go. I don't have a P directory here, do I? Nope. I don't even have a Hassle clone. Damn. CD Hassle Mason setup build. Yeah, so the hope is we will start working on a protocol here soon, and by soon I mean next week or so. But we gotta get, if we're gonna do Bonjour, we gotta get Hayo working. Okay, good. We can easily reproduce. I do not understand why this is a problem though. So Hassle context error get type. This is the confusing part. We're gonna look at this on the Linux side because I need to look at the glib code. So I think I have Hassle on 5, 6, 6. Okay, so Hassle context error. Or, so Hassle context. That's where we want to be looking right now. So something should be generating I get type function, and the problem is, like, it might be, but it's not getting marked, and I'm not sure why it's not getting marked. Right, so we have hassle context error quark, hassle context error on all this, but this is what's confusing me. Actually, let's do this. Why don't we look at the GIR file first? Okay. So that looks to be what I would expect, right? The problem is that this doesn't exist. The question is, why doesn't it exist, right? So let's go over to GTK land. It's our GTK. I don't know why that didn't work, but okay. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's look at just dialogue error. Well, both these look fine. GTK builder .h 37. So GTK builder error is GTK builder error quark. Right? Hassle context error quark. That looks fine, right? Nothing weird there. Then, oh, is that the problem? That might be the problem. Aha. I'm 99% sure this is the problem. We're not exporting the symbols in enums.h. That would register the enum type, or that would put the word. So enums.h in the build directory. So this gets generated, whatever. So right. So the problem is, yeah. Okay, this is an easy fix. I just don't remember how to do it. But what we need to do is there's a property, an attribute we can pass to gnome enums make simple that will let us decorate these functions so that we can expose them properly, and that's what we're missing. I think we have these on Ibis. Oh, I'm in Seagull though, but maybe we did it in Seagull too. Seagull H, Seagull lib. Yeah, so decorator is the problem. We're missing decorator. So if we jump back over to 8 and I figure out what the fuck Windows is doing. Hassle, oh no, hassle mason.build. I mean, I've got to use Windows to compile test on it. Every time I do something on Windows, people freak out. It happens all the time. Like, hey, that's what cross-platform development looks like. Decorator underscore. This is a string, right? Many don't. What do you mean? Many people don't actually do cross-platform development? Well, they are suckers. It is a string. Hassle external. or it's extern, isn't it? I think it's extern, not external. Yeah, we try to build on everything. That reminds me, I need to finish up the haiku build agent. Okay, what the hell's going on? By hassle enums.h. Right, so now we've got hassle extern before all of this, which is what we want, right? That's what we're actually looking for. Hassle version.h. Yeah, hassle x. Oh, I missed a step. I have to include the header file. That's important, right? So we also have to do header prefix of this to get it in there. Like it doesn't. It's not including that file. It doesn't know it's there, right? So if we look, hassle enums.h, right? Yeah, we're not including it, right? That's the problem. Hassle mason.build. Maybe this will let me paste this time. Yeah, there we go. All right, now we should be able to build. No, we don't use MSVC because it's too old. It doesn't have the stuff we need. The stuff breaks. So we're using Minghui under Windows. They're GCC, but yeah. Cross-platform chatting for visibility? What? What are you even saying? Are you talking about bridging? There's all sorts of stuff to bridge different chat networks together all over the place. One of them's even built on libpurple. It's called Spectrum 2. It's been around for 15 years, at least. People used to bridge IRC networks directly via Merc scripts. And there we go. There's the fix. Yay! Alright, HD branch, 32 enum fixes. That's nonsense. I gotta get this fixed somehow. Fix the GIR generation on Windows. Was failing because the get type methods for enums were not being exposed. Alright, RBT post. I hope I'm logged in here. I think I am. Here's some chatter perspective. If someone is multi-streaming, kick YouTube, Twitch, their message will... Oh, yeah, no, I mean, you can't do that. Damn it. That's what you would call a... what is it? Is it dual puppeting bridge, full puppeting bridge, something like that, where you would have accounts on both sides, but you can't do that. So the best you can do is you have the bot put their name in the message, and it would be doable, and people have done it. Matrix has all sorts of different ways to do this. Matrix bridges. No, I want the terminology. Let's see. Oh, 4 bridges. Is this the one I wrote? Matrix Discord. Do they... Oh, repository. This should be the one that I got contracted to build. Yeah, hey, look at that! Woo! But maybe it's a dual puppeting bridge, I don't remember. So yeah, so I built this in 2022, or 2021 to 2022. And then Tillor took it over after that, and yeah. But this would put, so this was a, is it dual puppet? Maybe that's what it is. So this would, so Discord You would only show as your one user on Discord, but all of the Discord users would show as Matrix users to you. Entry bridges, bridge types. Types of bridging, there we go. Portal rooms, plumbed rooms, bridge bait, bot base, simple puppeted bridge, double puppeted bridge, that's the word. I was thinking dual or whatever, but yeah, this is double puppeted. So, a simple puppeted bridge allows a Matrix user to control their account on the remote network. However, ideally, this puppeting should work in both directions. So if the user logs into, say, their native Telegram client and starts conversation, sends message, etc., these should be rolled back into Matrix as if the user had done them. So the double puppeting Discord bridge means if you are using the bridge and you could use the Discord app and you send a message and everything, all of that will appear for your user as well back on the Matrix side as well. But yeah, there's all sorts of this shit out there. So, but we're probably not going to do any of that in Pidgin, just because that's not really our core feature. We are looking at making a bridged protocol plugin though, because like you mentioned, taking all the streaming chats and putting them in one place, at least for me as a streamer, would be very good. Because right now I have two windows up. The left one that I'm looking at right now is Twitch chat, and now I'm looking at YouTube chat. Nobody's talking on YouTube right now, but yeah. So if I can get those into one window, that would be super. But lots of time to get there. So yeah. I need to log into review board with my API token, which I have to go get. But yeah, so we'll get to that at some point, but yeah. We already have ways to, everything's all set up to make it work well. We just really need the Discord and, or the Twitch and YouTube protocol plugins. And then we could build the rest of it on top. It wouldn't be that hard right now. We're just not ready for it yet. Yeah, this is supposed to, what the hell? Can I copy this? Yes. Okay. RBT login dash API token. Okay, we're gonna close that so nobody can see it, and we're gonna go here, do this again, and we're just gonna copy some stuff onto the clipboard to make sure that that's good. That's not the right thing. I'm gonna hit that. Okay, that looks good. All right, back over here. You can see the strong use for people who read chats on their phones during IRL streams. They usually have to open their own Twitch stream to view the chat. Yeah, it's annoying. Hassle. Oh, I hate Control V. Fucking Windows. Alright, HLG. RBT post. And now these should work this time. Yay. Okay, back over to 4. Oh, great. Well, there's half my token. Half of my tokens. Good thing those are really long. I'm not going to go revoke all of those because that's going to take a while. How much did I just expose? Oh, they're really long. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, good luck. Even with that much of it, good luck anybody grabbing them. This is the problem with virtual desktops while streaming. Well, it's API keys. So yeah. Alright, testing done. I don't know, I should probably call them turtles. Ninja build. Ninja turtles. Built on Windows, or whatever. Called in the turtles on Windows and verified it compiled or passed without errors. Sweet. Now, do you know how long that would take to try to set up and test in a cross-compiled environment? Oh. And we got lucky because I was like, I don't know what it is. And then I realized what it was all of a sudden. So we're going to go through all our other projects and make sure that we have the same thing set up. You cross-compile Windows on your Linux? Yeah, sure. But like setting up the cross-compile environment is the pain. Are you using MSVC through Wine? Yikes. I think I threw up a little there. Yeah, and it sucks, right? Even if you're using Minghui or GCC under Minghui, it still sucks. Like, you think cross-compile is going to save you all this time. It's like, dude, just install Windows. Set up MSys2. Do it there. You'll be done and happy. Just go. The builds are way faster, even under Wine? Really? Like, Windows I/O does really suck. So that does not surprise me. But decorator, header prefix, good. Pidgin / Mason build. Enums. We don't have enums in Pidgin, apparently? Okay. Sure, whatever. I know Wine, like, I don't bother using Wine because I don't use anything from Windows, and I really haven't in 20 years. Like, I've used it in the past to try to do video games and stuff, and I just don't care about video games anymore. Like, I know that's heresy to people here, but yeah, I just don't care about video games anymore. Sorry. Okay, I even did it in Regret. So, oh no, I copied Ibis for Regret, I think. So Ibis should be fine. Pidgin 2 doesn't matter. What was that mine? Oh, retro purple. Alright. So what else do we need to check? Verb. Decorator and that. Was Hassel just the only one we didn't have? Ibis did... What are we missing? Pidgin 3, good. Pidgin 2 doesn't have... Oh, we didn't check G plugin yet. Hassel, Burb, Zeem, and Mina, and Haya, we didn't check. Or Traversity. Alright, let's check G plugin. G plugin has it. Pitch. Haya probably doesn't because I don't think Haya has any enums yet. Nope, Haya does. Missing here, okay. Decorator. Header prefix something. Header prefix. I typed external. Damn it. Bourbon's better than wine? I don't know. I don't drink anymore either. Hopefully you caught that one this time, SWK. SWK and I were talking earlier, and I made a joke, and he didn't realize I made a joke. And he thought I was being dumb. And I'm just like, aw. So I'm just like, all right, I'm going to be really obvious this time. You do deal with dumbasses all the time. Yeah, to be fair, I'm a dumbass all the time too, right? was like, I added some context to it, but I was trying to do exclamation point, question mark, exclamation, whatever. Ended up weird, and it just, yeah, it didn't come out as like astonished sarcasm. It was like, huh? And yeah, so it's my bad. I didn't give enough context. Like, what do you mean that didn't happen? That's what I was saying. Like, huh? Branch, enum, expose enums. Make sure our enums are being exposed. All right, so we just gotta type check Mina. I'm sure Mina's probably wrong. Oh no, we have to check Traversity. I don't think Traversity has any of this set up, but we'll see. Oh, cool. I'm assuming that's a ship it. Yep, nice. Come on. Called in the turtles. A customer I told you about though? Yeah, yeah. Were you able to restore from backup, maybe? Or are they just SOL? Cost them at least 20K? Jesus. I mean, if they want to just throw 20K out the window, like, they can throw it into my window. Like, there's a donate button right there. Just saying. A full audit log of everything that changes. Oh, you can roll it back. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, but yeah, just the downtime for it is still a bitch. You donate to the gov every year. I am, but I'm not the government. Why aren't you donating to me? This one's missing it too. All right. Decorator. Mina extern. What's the rest of this? Header prefix gets right there. I'm of course joking. If people want to donate, cool. I'm just being an ass. It was 30 minutes of downtime. Then when they came back, they were at half volume for at least 2 hours. Oof. Oh, there's no unit text up the doc. Okay, that's fine. Branch, expose, enums. Make sure our enum types are being exposed. Also traffic, yeah. Oh. That's permanent usage I bill for? Dang. What? What the fuck is going on? Did we really not put a review board file in here? Okay, or... Can't imagine why we haven't worked on the Matrix library at all. Nothing's fucking here for it. This should work now. Assuming I put it up on a review board. I don't know that I did. We'll find out in a second. Yes. 5 hours of zero traffic, then 2 hours of half traffic. If you had to guess, they lost about 750 in revenue for that half hour, and as much for the following 2 hours each. So over that's yeah. I guess some dumbass didn't pay. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's generally most outages, unless they're like malicious, right? that somebody wasn't paying attention, and yeah. So it's funny, that config file I posted to you earlier, you weren't paying attention, which is good, because I fucked up and didn't realize the password to the account was in there right away, which is why that message got edited. I pasted it, hit send, and went, oh fuck. It just shit happens, right? Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing too. Like, I'm gonna be like, yeah, SWK definitely is the one who he stole the password from me because it wasn't my fault, and then he hacked us. Yeah. He social engineered it out of me. Oh. They're gonna hit with a slow distributed brute force. That sucks. Yeah, your own hacks. Yeah, exactly. I got time to sit and mess around with this crap. Working on disproving that right now? Yeah. Created this review request. Alright, so hopefully all of this shit should just be done and work now. But alright, so house clean, HP pull -U, CD build, GLG, everything's good, RBT land, -R, 4055. It's all my fault. You had an RPI running in Hollywood since my last stream. Oh no. Yep, I social engineered you into running that and heating your house with it by blowing up a pie. And yeah. Stress is better space heater? Yeah, it is. Or the high performance computing HPL test. That's a good one too. When I worked at an OEM, we used that benchmark to verify that the thermal paste was applied to the processor. Because if the installer forgot the thermal paste, it would hard lock and overheat. Like the program, the CPU would safely shut down. But yeah. The comment reminded me of when the Australian government made a digital census app, told everyone to use it. Then they tried to blame a DDoS on why I couldn't handle a country's worth of usage. Oh, what's going on? I don't know. Yeah. People get so dumb with that stuff. It's just like, oh shit, yep. We didn't stress test this enough. It's we're a little overboard now. So yeah. Alright, so this build that's pending. Once it gets going, come on. Oh, okay. Why isn't it getting assigned yet? There's no other agents that can build this. That agent should be online. Yep, it's just fucking idle. Come on. Oh, wait, why are the builders running? What? To be fair, though, stress testing and load testing is hard, right? There's definitely it's definitely an art form of being able to do it well. But at the very least, you should, yeah. What are you doing, Team City? Like, you're. Did I screw up the trigger for this or something? This should have triggered the build. Actually, all of these should be building right now. I don't know why it only did the one, which is weird. Why is there no trigger here? That should just be it. Oh, okay. So I missed the trigger part here. That's okay. This didn't automatically just start going, did it? I saw this is a new job, the Ninja Turtles Mingwei 64. It's a new template, and I clearly forgot the thing there. Okay, well, whatever. We're gonna hit run, but all of these should have gotten triggered too. But hold on, let's go back to settings. Well, that's building. That should pass and do its thing. But let's come back here. So we extensively use Team City templates to make our build agents easier to deal with. So this is just supposed to have a VCS trigger with the default settings, and we hit save. And now anything that's based off of that template will just update and go. But why the shit didn't all the rest of this go? This is a build trigger. I pushed, right? Yeah, because I pulled it down on Windows. What the fuck? Did I don't know if the webhook fired or not. But either way, this is last check for changes 2216, which is 5 minutes ago. Oh no, via commit hook. So what is your problem? Unless your VCS route is only... No, but the builder worked. Default branch. Oh, no. No. Yep, that's fine. Yep. Okay, I don't know what happened here. But I don't know why only Windows had... Okay, so Windows is passing now. We can see that here. But... Wait, what? Okay, this all passed and I didn't see it because I guess it went that fast. But Windows didn't go because it didn't have a build trigger. Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. Oh, wait, what? This should have... Why didn't the test work? Um... Yeah, this is all here. Why didn't the test show up? Yeah, come on. This one. This is the one I manually created. But I don't know why the test didn't work, because everything else looks like it should be fine. Unless this didn't run the tests. Nope, definitely ran the tests. The path is wrong. Alright, where's the path wrong? That should be in the template. I thought I tested all this, but I guess I didn't. Alright, so we're trying to pull artifacts out of build Mingwei 64. In our build steps. Set up. Mingwei 64. Save. And our compile is also wrong. I really need to make this a variable. We're not going to do it right now because I don't want to figure it out. Mason test is also going to have the problem. Okay, now if we go back to Hassel. And we run this again. Instead of success, it should say X amount of tests passed. There we go. Yay! And then this should work for all the other stuff too. So like even burb. Do we have a burb Mingwei 64? We do. And yep, okay. Run. You can see I just went through and did all this the other day. Oh yeah, okay. This one should be working now. Not too worried about fixing the build agents right now, but making sure the majority of the stuff is working is, yeah. Come on. Oh yeah, cool. Yep. G plugin. I don't think, yeah, we didn't put G plugin in here, did we? Oh, I did build one for these. 14th of May. So this is not the new template, so we're gonna skip that for now. Haya doesn't build there yet. Ibis should have had a Mingwei. Yeah. But didn't have the thing. Hit run. Wait for this to finish. Did I do Mina for this too? No. We did do regret though. Apparently regret I got right. I'll run that again. Oh, I think I did this all manually and then I went and rebuilt the template and then fucked it up clearly. As you do. Okay, test pass 29, good. Seagull. Seagulls be seagulling. Success. Run. Oh, we didn't check Traversity for the enum thing. Oh, we don't have a Windows build there yet anyway, so that's fine. Zeem. We did put a Windows build. Run. What's the agent doing? Building Seagull. Right, yeah, that's what it was supposed to be doing. Yeah, we'll see a test thing pop up here. Yay. Cool. So our unit tests. And this guy's building. Sweet. Alright, so we gotta check Traversity, and did we check Zeem yet? Did we? I don't remember. Yeah, okay, so we did Zeem and Mina. We had 2 in Mina. Okay. We just have to check Traversity. Let's make sure this finishes. There we go, good. Okay, let's check Traversity. Traversity. We haven't done much in Traversity in a long time. Mostly because we haven't needed it to yet. Although I need to clean up some stuff. I don't know why I have that set to force, but okay. Oh, we do have enums. And we already have everything in here. Okay, cool. Sweet. How's it going, Icy? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Alright, so I think everything's good and happy there now. Sweet. Don't want too much in Seagull today. What do we have over here? We could do some regret stuff. The next steps for regret are start the serialized method and figure out how we want to store headers. Actually, SWK, while you're here, and I know you think this is a bad idea, the entire library, but I'm assuming order of headers is important for implementations. And I should just handle them in whatever method I have them. Obviously I'm not going to sort. Should I normalize headers at all? Casing or anything? I think the answer to that is no. But you tell me. Depends on the header? Okay. Well, we'll leave that as a problem for another day. Unless there's like a bunch of them that are really strict. Most of them doesn't matter. Okay, okay, cool. That's what I assumed, but it's just, you know how it is. So Icy, we are here. We spend all our time working on Pidgin Instant Messenger and all of the libraries and everything that make it. To get a better idea of where we are, what we're doing, I just released the latest state of the bird to tell everybody where the hell we are with the project. And tonight we're just kind of jumping around working on whatever things that we need to at the moment. So like we just fixed a breakage in the Windows build for one of our libraries, and now we're trying to decide what to do next. But I got a stack of pull requests that need to be reviewed too. So yeah. Only thing you really need to pay attention to are standard ones like to and from, etc., that have compact zip versions. What does that mean? Most of the ordering doesn't matter except for when you have headers of the same name where you have greater than one of them, like record. Right. Yeah. I'm just so like you and I both know HTTP allows you to reuse a header. A lot of people don't know that for whatever reason, right? And, they will just get confused by that because of that. Instead of 2, you get... Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. So, I was going to build some sort of a header object anyways. So we should have an option on the header object to say use compact headers or not. And these are obviously to fit within packet sizes without fragmenting. So that's makes sense, right? Why put in content encoding when you can just put in E and save yourself a bunch of characters? So, but I see, if you're wondering who I'm talking to, I'm dual streaming on Twitch. So that's why YouTube, there's the people generally just watching YouTube, they don't talk too much, but yeah, that's why there's crossover of regrets and support for compact headers. And thank you, SWK, for pointing this out right away. This doesn't need to be in the first implementation of headers, but compact headers is something we will need to support. When deserializing, we should treat them as expanded. Does this make sense? You tell me. Treat them as their expanded form and only compact them when serializing. This should make it easier for code to determine if the header is there or whatnot. There or not. See a list, lookup table of the compact header names can be found here. When you have things like via and record route, those should not be fixed length arrays. Okay. Can't remember which stack had that issue, but someone figured out that you could cram in like 100 via or record route headers and smash things. So you're doing something like stack allocating an array with a map. Oh, yeah. What we're gonna do is we're gonna build dynamic arrays. Each time we see a header, we add it on. We append it to the list, as well as RFC 3261 section 7.3.3. I was looking for a link. 3261. But yeah, so any thoughts about having the API only work with the full header names and then, you know, only compacting on serialization and on deserialize or unmarshal, whatever the hell you want to call it, decoding, whatever, pull it into the full header name? I'm thinking the consistency there is the important thing we want to do. You don't see a problem with that? Okay. Just that way, like, that way we avoid bugs if somebody was only looking for the small form. Or maybe we even make it so the small form maps to the... Like, internally, we only store the long name, but if you ask for the small form, the short compact form, we give you the full one. Yeah, we're going to have random names, right? It just... The thing is going to be... Yeah, okay, hold on. So, when deserializing, we should treat them as their expanded form, and only compact them when serializing, which makes it easier for code to determine if the headers there or not. Likewise... If someone tries to access one with the compact name, we should expand it. We should treat it like they asked for the expanded header name. header name. Yeah, okay, there we go. XMP header name prefixes wireless. Yeah. This is literally gonna be like, hey, if you put in a thing with a letter with a name E, right? What was it? E was right. So if you say set header E whatever value, then we're gonna change that E into content encoding for our internal representation in memory, right? So that way, when we want to go and do the compact form later, then we will just look at all the content encodings and then change them to E on the way out. And then just that way, everything's consistent in memory. Right. So like even giving people the shortcut to use a short name, fine, whatever. I don't care. Right. Like it's fine. We just need to keep track of it and keep things, keep track of them. Right. You don't even bother with compact anymore unless someone is really crying about it. All right. Yeah, I'm just worried about catching it on the wire, right? Someone sends it to us and we got to deal with it. Yeah, exactly. Got to be able to receive them. So yeah, like this ticket will probably be split up into 2 tickets, right? One to deserialize, one to serialize. And the serialize, well, actually no. Headers in general will be done separately, but yeah. Send tight, receive loose. Yeah, exactly. This isn't my first rodeo. Cool. CDP, mina, oh, I don't even have a clean directory, jeez. Gclone, SSH, keep.imfreedom.org/mina/mina clean. I'm a developer, not a doctor. CD mina clean. We'll do the review board for RBT LAN SR 4058. Oh, right. The chicken and egg problem. And then what is the server one? Server. Is it B or is it destination branch? I don't remember. Dash. Bootstrapping. Yay! None of this matters because it's all the review board stuff. But I should be able to do RBT status now. That'll be the test. Cool. Completed. Issue per R review board config. Let me see how this fits. I always forget that RBT status exists because it doesn't do exactly what I want it to do. But it's fine. I'm like, oh wait, yeah, I can use that to test because then I don't have to pass any arguments. $40.56. I have to rebuild. That's fine. Cool. How's it going, Sam? Welcome, welcome. How have you been? It's been a while, I believe, right? Oh, you dropped in May, but before that, yeah, it's been a while. You're not still doing the podcast. No, you handed off the podcast a while ago. Oh, you were here in April too. Yeah, okay. You're still doing Fedora thingies? How's it going, Chris? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Xenons, bonus default. All right. Q. Ooh, I'm gonna have to get water here soon. I'm gonna try to sleep more and see less stuff at night. Yeah, understandable. I used to joke around how people would be like, you know, you're really burning the midnight oil or burning the candle at both ends, and I like to say I burn the candle at both ends and through the middle. It's almost midnight for you? Yeah, I mean it's 11:45 here. And I only started streaming an hour and 10 minutes ago. We're in the stroke of midnight. Oh, Tony Hawk 3 and 4. Nice, nice. Yeah, I want to get a Switch too, but I can't justify it right now. And like I picked up Tony Hawk 1 and 2 for Switch, and just I forgot how much I dislike the like 2-minute clock thing for Tony Hawk 1 through 4. Whereas like American Wasteland or Thug, what is it? Tony Hawk's Underground. Like those ones where it's like, you know, you can just dick around for a while. I much prefer those than the like, oh, you have 2 minutes, go. You're always fedoring things? Yeah. Just like me, always pigeoning things. Yes, I understand. Hi, look at all these crumbs you got, mister. Get your crumbs. He's like, but I don't want a dad. I just want new ones. I want new treats. Hi. What? Hi. Yeah, get your crumbs. You're not. Oh, you just pulled them out. There you go. Is out of frame again? Tony Hawk 4 was always your jam. Top 3 game for you? Yeah, like I just watched RGT85's video about it, and I forgot that Tony Hawk 4 was kind of like that. But like I don't know, American Wasteland and Underground were I much preferred those. But like I used to play Tony Hawk 4 on PlayStation 2 with a USB Ethernet adapter to get online. What? You're right there. Look at that. You gotta eat them. Yeah. What? The funniest part about Tony Hawk 4 though was, so I had that when it came out, whatever, right? And then in I don't remember what year, I ended up going to San Francisco for the first time, and we went to Alcatraz. And like I'm walking around Alcatraz, like, damn, they did a good job on this in the video game. Now you're trying to take a project by force. In Spanish, we say golpe de estado to be able to package it into Fedora. Okay. Why do you need to take over the project to package it? Or are you trying to take over the Fedora packaging? Refactor logging code because you know the senior developer that's supposed to maintain it will take 3 days to do it and still fuck it up. Yeah, it happens. First time you went to San Fran for work, I was like, what should I go see? Oh, all the Tony Hawk sites. Yeah, it's fun. Like, I didn't even think of it until I was in Alcatraz. And I was just like, that's where the water tower is. That's where the... This is where you had to do the luge thing on the switchbacks and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But I've been to San Francisco so many times. I've been through most of the Tony Hawk locations now that I think about it. It takes forever to merge changes, and you still need to change some stuff to make the code compatible with 4 package guidelines. Gotcha. I mean, that's what patches are, distro patches are for. I mean, yeah, they should be upstreamed, but yeah. All right, fine, you beggar. But like, I know I'm one of the weird upstreams that actually doesn't want downstreams distros to have patches, because I'm like, we end up having users that try to compile on these distros, and when they fail to compile on the distro, and they come to us for support, not the distro. So I would much rather have all those patches fixed upstream. Upstream patches? Who does that? Not enough people. Actually, so me, as I was just saying, I try to like make sure we have the downstream patches for distros, because otherwise we end up having to support users. Yeah, Fedora doesn't want to have patches either. Yeah. But like a while ago, I think I freaked out our Gen 2 packagers because I was like, hey, FYI, the next version has all the patches you had. And they were like, huh? I was like, yeah. I was like, I just saw what they were and went, yeah, these are good fixes, and took them. Like, so, yeah. You do downstream patches. They're kind of painful. Yeah. I'm not saying they're good or easy or anything, but it's, it's an option rather than having to take over a project. Why does packaging keep trying to apply these patches in reverse? Yeah. And then, like, so Debian puts everything into Git now, including your patches. So when you change a patch, oh God, a diff of a diff. Ugh. I mean, people used to do that anyways, but yeah, it's just, it's so painful. Diffception, yes, exactly. Fractal diffs, something like that. I don't know. Could be worse. Yep. Thing is that I choose your first package in a language that I don't know, at least not very well. Oh no. PCAPs into SCM. Oh no. Oh, it's in Vala. Okay. Yeah, Vala's weird. Like, not to say anything good or bad about it, it's weird, right? That's why you don't want to patch it? Yeah, understandable. Create a headers object. Where is size medium? I wish these would get sorted. That's top because I used it recently. That's what it is. You don't play Tony Hawk 1 in the PS1? Huh. I had Tony Hawk 2. Had Tony Hawk 2 on Dreamcast. That was probably the best version of it, honestly. I never got real big on Tony Hawk 1, but like in Tony Hawk 2 they added manuals and things actually got more fun. The new Final Fantasy 7 and your gaming changed forever? I'm guessing I'm a bit older than you then. Because like gaming changed for me when Super Mario Brothers 1 came out. Because before that it was all just Atari with like Lock and Chase and E.T. and Frogs and Flies, and I forget what else. And then Mario Brothers came out, or Super Mario Brothers. You're like, oh my God! This is a completely different world. Anybody else remember Frogs and Flies? Atari Online? Can you actually play this here? Yeah. The fucking sounds. There we go. Let's go. Oh, you sucker. Ah. No, I missed them both. No, damn it. I'm so bad at this. Oh, fuck. Totally misjudged. Oh, I got them both. 8-2, sucker. Yeah, 12-2 now. Oh, come on. Ah, damn it. Oh, he got it. This guy doesn't want to come. Come on. Come on. I can't lose the last second here. Oh, I got them both. Oh. How long are the rounds? I don't remember. Oh, way off. Oh, yep, way off again. Shit, too high. I didn't mean to jump. Come on, I was on top of him. Sorry, can't reach chat. Too busy eating flies. Oh, he juked me. How long? I'm at 34. Are we done yet? I don't remember them jumping around this much. Maybe we had it on easy. This looks hard. Is it first to 50? I have not played this game in like 30 years. Easy. Damn it, I hit it too early. Come here. Oh, you suck. Come on, how did I miss him? Okay, there's the end. I only won by 30. You had a game cast? You couldn't afford the other... I don't even know what that is. But yeah, that's Frogs and Flies. E.T. was awful, but you love tanks and planes. So the thing about E.T. that I've now learned is that the game is actually on a cube. And that's one of the things I struggled with. Now, that said, that would probably help me understand what the hell I was doing, except that still wouldn't help me get out of pits, because getting out of pits sucked. Lock and Chase, yep. Lock and Chase is also another fun one. So, who goes... Okay. I don't remember any strategies or anything for this. Oh shit, don't turn around. Oh. Oh, I missed it. So like I can like try to get these guys stuck in like cells or whatever. That's what the lines are. But you can see they're very slow. Ah, damn it. Come on. Damn it. I'm doing bad here. Okay, so you can't put a line everywhere. And I don't remember the rules towards it. Doing circles around your bitch asses. Oh, yeah. Now I have to leave. Yep. That's Lock and Chase. River Raid was the best. I don't think I had River Raid. And actually, so forever I thought we had an Atari, but I think it was actually my uncle's. But I don't know. Need an object to handle headers. Need to also need to keep those headers in the correct, or in the order that we received them, and should output them in the order they are created as well. Okay, I think that makes sense. This will probably be a GIO.list model implementation to keep things simple. Yep. It's a movie reference? What is it from? I don't know what movie that's from. Malibu. Okay, that's why. Because I've never seen Malibu's Most Wanted. Wait. While we do this, we want to come back here, go here. Fields. The movie's so bad it's good. Do you actually recommend seeing it, watching it? Yep, have a good one, Zen. Catch you later. Thanks for coming by. Good luck with your Fedora stuffs and your packaging stuffs. But that's a good excuse because I really have to pee and I need water because my throat's getting dry. So I'll be back in a minute and then we can do the hydrate. Right back. All right. Okay. For the hydrate, I'm not going to crush this, but we'll drink it. Drink some. If it's on whatever streaming service I have for free, got it. All right. That's right. That's what we're doing. We're going to start modifying these. So we created this from a template. So we want to do make independent copy. And then set is used in 3 project, make independent copy. And then we just want to, no, how do I do this? It would be easier if I didn't have a cut in the way. Can't see the screen at all. Hi. Can you move, please? You're not going to extort any more treats. I can tell you that much right now. It's like, I'm going to try. You're going to fail. Okay, empty value unknown, scheduled version, copy values from scheduled versions regret. That right? I don't know. I can't see anything, so I don't know. I think I want to do merge with. Copy doesn't make sense. This condition combines the values from the current set with the values from the target set. The resulting set inherits all the usage from both sets of value. If either set of values is used in a large number of issues, this may take some time. Yeah, that's fine. All right, cool. So now I can do edit for all affected fields. Yes, good. All right. So we're gonna get rid of that, and get rid of that, and this is not released. Okay, good. This does not have a release date either. This is the problem. Is like I didn't realize that I was working on stuff that was used on other stuff, so this stuff gets all messed up. So. We can just hit back now. I don't know why we went to Pidgin, but okay. Just go to regret. Scheduled version 010. Scheduled. No. Okay. Then we have to create the serialize method. We might start with that. We might actually do that tonight because that should be relatively straightforward to do. So SWK, I'm. Oh no, that's what I was gonna do. So because SIP messages can have either a status line or a mode line or whatever they call it, request line. I think it's request line and status line. I'm gonna have to base it on a heuristic, or I'm gonna have to give it a property to like set it. And I haven't decided which way I'm gonna go yet. But we'll see. But like pars needs to have it, and then I was gonna do serialize to whatever. Like serialize response or serialize request as methods, and then go from there. Create serialize response and typo. I don't know what that means otherwise. Something about a monocle anime smiley. I don't know. Changing screen, wrong window. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And serialize request. SIP messages are since SIP messages are aren't exchanged in the same, aren't always exchanged in the same TCP/UDP connection. They end up having different initial lines. One is a, fuck, I gotta look up 3261. Trying to get the terms right. That's always the hard part, is remembering the damn terms. Oh, I need the HTML one. Well, I don't need the HTML one, but I would like the links. So, start line is request line or status line. Having different formats for the start line. One is request line. They are request line and status line. Because of this, we should have separate serialized methods, so that users know exactly what, since the user is explicitly telling us what type of message to serialize. Yeah. The request line. Yeah. No, I know that. I understand the difference of it. The problem is I can't just, so I have my data model in memory, right? And a client application tells me to serialize a message, right? Well, what do I do if they gave me, for some reason, if they set the status code and a method, right? I don't know what to do. Right, I can't figure out which way they want me to go, right? For example, if a user sets message method and message.status code, we can't figure out what they actually want us to serialize, as those two properties are mutually exclusive. I don't know yet. I don't know. Right now we're starting simple, right? The idea here to get started, right? So we're going to build this like we built IBIS, and I don't know how much of IBIS you were around for, right? But we started with parsing messages and then start trying to implement, and as things become problematic, I don't want to say problematic, but as things become complicated, right? We try to come up with some way that's abstract enough that can live in a library so that people don't have to keep re-implementing things, right? So like C sequence, we're probably going to have some object based around to count that for you. And maybe that'll handle transactions and dialogues. I don't know, right? I don't have an exact answer right now, right? The way I tend to develop these things are, I start with the parts that are hard and difficult, right? Which is serialization, deserialization, making sure those are correct, right? Writing unit tests, getting that stuff down. And then, you know, we start trying to implement that, and then we find the next pain points and we go from there, right? I'm not the kind of person that's going to try to put together an entire design document that's going to have everything right on the first try, because I'm not capable of doing that. I don't have the patience or expertise to do that. And you know, after I start messing with something for a while, then I'm going to figure out that, oh, hey, this doesn't work, or like, there's got to be a better way to do this. Let me go figure it out. Right. So that's, you know, we'll start here. It's going to be a while before we get to the point where the library is actually useful, but that's okay. Right. And the other part too is, as we start building the messages and parsing and stuff like that, we can start looking at doing fuzzers and stuff right away, although we still need to finish that with IBIS as well. And then, you know, that way we're building things so that they're testable, and, you know, we can have higher confidence in the code and stuff like that, right? So that's the idea. Exclusive. All right. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Okay, cool. But yeah, so like the first part of serializing, doing serialization and not even deserialization, or yeah, actually, what is this? I wrote all this and this doesn't actually say what the hell I'm supposed to do. Um, function signature will most likely look something like G bytes star regret message serialize to serialize requests regret message star message comma G error G bytes star regret message serialize response. Yeah, I think it's okay. Oh, this is not a bug though. This is a feature. I'm just gonna assign this to me right away. Okay. Yep. So, you know, that's the basics. The start, right? You gotta start somewhere. Yeah. And then we'll build, yeah. Do we want to do separate errors? Do we want to do regret message serialize error or serialize request error? We probably want serialize request error. I'm debating on, so in Ibis, we have not constructors. We have serialize to string and serialize. Okay, I thought we had message to string and 2 bytes, but maybe we should have. Well, no. Yeah. Okay. So if we leave these as that, yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah. The 2 string is just a wrapper around this that frees the bytes but keeps the data and casts it to a string. Some off topic, man. I was reading through news and sad to see once a great company like Intel burning itself. Feel sad for new guys joining the company currently. You know, it happens, right? Then again, I've never been a fan of Intel anyways, so like, Everyone's saying Intel's so great because their floating point math is so amazing and blah blah blah, and I'm over here going, I don't ever use floating point math. I don't care about floating point math. Not surprised to see a major company implode when something changes in the market. See Sears? Yeah. It all started failing for Sears when they took Roebuck's name off of it, right? Roebuck was like a person, right? I'm just being a smartass. I'm shit talking. I almost said shit posting in real life, and I'm like, that's just called shit talking. We should also add 2 string variants of each method to make it easier to output for debugging or unit test. Intel's too strong in networking until NVIDIA bought Mellanox? Okay. Market leader gets comfortable? Yeah, I mean, like, Intel's got their hands in so many pockets. They're so diversified that if they're going to say, like, oh, the market conditions change, it's like, yeah, that's why you're so diversified. That's supposed to be the point, to let you weather that storm. Like, if you're not able to weather that storm, you fucked up, right? Otherwise, you don't need to be a giant corporation, and you should be a bunch of smaller corporations, right? Like, their whole thing about them doing fabrication for other companies, like, why the hell haven't they been doing that forever, right? But how's the story go with Intel? So people broke out of Fairchild to create Intel, but then they were just leasing the specs, the ISA for 8080 or something, and that's how AMD started getting created and stuff like that, which is basically what ARM's doing now and has been doing. And yeah, but not, yeah, like like Intel spent too much time trying to do stupid shit like Itanium. I understand they had to keep doing it with contracts, but between like Itanium and Xeon Phi, they just they sucked. What do you want? What do you expect? Apple dealt the I don't think Apple dealt the final blow, but they definitely like, it definitely hurt Intel, right? As IT teams internally managing data and cloud platforms, data center for internal businesses. Okay. But you, okay, whatever. I don't know. You should get reasonable systems with Optane-based RAM. Who was pushing Rambus RAM? But like, so, okay, let's talk about Rambus too, right? Intel, great company. They had to give up on Pentium 4 and go back and build the Core Duo product on top of the Pentium 3 chips instead of the Pentium 4 chips. Because they're like, yeah, this doesn't work. Which, that's good, right? They flexed and stuff. But like, they've never been invincible or anything. So, yeah. Oh, Optane's non-volatile. Oh, interesting. AMD's also working on ARM CPUs now. Yeah, no, I'd love to see it. What I'd really love to see with ARM is a fucking standardized boot process. This device tree nonsense that makes everybody have to build a custom kernel for everything just sucks so bad. Think about a 1 terabyte database where you can reboot the system and the caches are still in RAM. But like, how do you fix stuff then if when you turn it off and turn it back on, it's still broken? The device tree thing is an abomination. Yeah, yeah. You can still flush it? Okay, okay. Hello, IT. Have you tried flushing it and starting over again? Speaking of caching, it's annoying that this doesn't update for that, but that's... Oh, God, I am not getting this ticket right at all. You want to upgrade kernels? I don't need to flush the DB cache for that. Don't really want to. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So like one of the things that freaks me out about using Talos, Talos is a Linux distribution for running Kubernetes. When you do upgrades and stuff, like it took me a while to realize what was happening because they were so fast. They're just K-execing. So it's funny too. So like when it starts up the first time, it gets everything, makes sure the hardware is good and everything, and then it K-execs into the actual like kubelet and everything it's gonna run. It's really crazy. But and what's even weirder is they built it on top of XFS. Like of all file systems, why the hell did you pick XFS? But whatever, it seems to work for them. And like the whole point of Talos is it's like an appliance to me. I only talk to it over API. Like I can't SSH to the machine, so I don't care, right? Do what you need to do to keep it running. Linux is panicking. I don't know what OC is. In patch when Intel driver changed. Okay, there's too many acronyms there. Like, not everybody follows kernel development. In fact, very few people follow kernel development out of the general global developer population. So, yeah. Used XFS for some time. You don't remember for Docker? It's big file optimal. Maybe? I don't know. But that would make sense, right? If they were using it for the Kubernetes stuff, because the layers of your images are going to be big. So, all right. We got Seagull here. Where the hell is Regret? You have no idea what file system you're using on your Linux boxes. What distro are you? You're probably extended 4. Your Ubuntu, you're most likely extended 4. Greg is polite maintainer compared to Linus. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know who that is, yeah. I don't know a whole lot about Greg KH, but I know who he is. All right, well, thank you, Hagerman Howard. How are you? Ended up on ext4 and then ZFS though? Yeah. So I still use extended 4 for my root file systems because most of the time I don't give a shit about my root file systems. There's nothing really worthwhile that gets saved configuration wise even. Like the majority of my customizations to my rootfs is add myself to sudoers. And then it's like, what packages do I need installed? And like, I don't care about that stuff most of the time. Just like, I'll just reinstall stuff, but yeah. But like my home directories, yeah, those are, they're either, I used to always do MD raids or MD mirrors. Now I use ZFS mirrors or ZFS, and I just back up my home directories because the rest of the shit I just don't care about. You only implemented exFAT in your lifetime? Never touched file systems? What do you mean you implemented exFAT? Do you mean formatted? But yeah, like file systems isn't something most people have to deal with, which is good. They just shouldn't have to, because yeah, file systems are not necessarily fun. I mean, some people enjoy it, and that's fine. That's cool. Yeah. Oh, exFAT reader, right? Oh, gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I myself have not ever built a file system. I've done a lot of stuff with file systems and using them and shit like that. So this is gonna sound really dumb, but up until about a year ago, I did not know that this existed in low setup. So if I had a disk image and I needed to mount partition 2, I would use fdisk to find out the starting sector of that partition, and then I would multiply that by 512, and then I would mount -o loop comma offset equals 32265 or something, foo.image t. And now I'm like, oh, I instead can do low setup -p foo.image mount slash dev loop P1, something like that, or P2 to T. I'm like, oh. But yeah, like one day I found that. I was talking to Swills. He used to stream. He still hangs out here occasionally. And he's like, yeah, I just use loop setup minus P. And I'm like, that's a thing? It's like, son of a bitch. Like, how long has that been around? I probably doesn't say. Yeah, it's probably been here forever, and I just didn't know about it, which is really annoying, but it's fine. You're speaking with the junior happy and joining Intel. Feel sad. I hope new grads don't look at the market state of a company or personal growth. I mean, regardless, they'll have Intel on their resume, right? And if the company's not doing great at the moment, that's I mean, it's not ideal, right? But like, what if the company like announces a record loss on your second day, right? It's effectively the same thing, right? You just don't have control over it. You have to deal with it regardless and go from there. Oh, you're building a file system is uncomment file system and config.h and make? Yeah. Make menu config. Go. Dude, I can't even tell you the last time I built a kernel. Oh, we did one. We built one well, like in like 2019, most likely. Because Dennis, Last Miles, came and raided us, and he asked me how long it takes me to build a kernel on my Threadripper. We built a kernel, but we didn't use it. We didn't build it for usage. But the last time I built a kernel for me, myself, to use, I don't even know. It's been a long time. Long time. For juniors, it's whatever, to be honest. Unless it's too fucked, yeah. You'll get enough experience being in company with just a lot of cool tech, then you move off. Yeah, exactly. I don't even want to say it was a minute. I don't remember. It wasn't long. Nothing takes long to compile on this thing. And this is only a second generation Threadripper. And I thought I saw that they're building new Threadrippers. And I'm just like, oh, we're 6 years in and I built this machine to last 8 years. And I built it in February of 2019. So, this is what this machine is. So, Threadripper 2990WX, 64 logical processors at 3 gigahertz. Video cards, okay, whatever. But I am currently rocking 64 gigs of RAM as well. So every core gets 1 gig of RAM. Back in May? Okay. Oh, they announced it back in May. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to look at the prices. And also, like, as nice as it's been to have this much computing power, there's been so many weird issues with it. I would probably just get a Ryzen for my next machine. So, like, case in point. Broken. I think I haven't booted into this one yet. But right now, yeah, so I'm using 6.12.29 because this is unstable, and I haven't tried this one yet. And I have 6.8 still around because that one I know is stable. So if the kernels end up being all not stable and stuff just keeps randomly crashing, then I will just fall back and I've got 6.8 available. But like, your Mac is probably not faster than this machine. Just gonna throw that out there. Even with AFS or Apple FS or whatever. They call it APFS now? But whatever. Because HFS was slow, if I remember correctly. But yeah, anyways, I get weird random crashes. Like Firefox will just be running, then bloom, crash. And I don't know how much of it is AMD GPU or what. But there seems to be some combination of the AMD GPU driver and these kernels, and shit just is not stable. what are you compiling? What are you comparing against compile wise? You're on 6.1 on most things, yeah. I'm running Debian unstable. You stayed on 6.6 because 6.8 or 6.9 did funny things with NVIDIA drivers, yeah. Well, so 6.15 is an experimental if I want to go there. I haven't looked at what the crashes are because I don't care. I need a stable system. I'm not sitting here trying to debug the kernel. Like, I don't run Linux to debug the kernel. I run Linux because it's a tool. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to go back to the version that works and go from there. Some claim for what? For my processor? Okay. Sure. If you say so. You're in Debian 12 for a little longer? Yeah, yeah. And like, whatever the compiler tests are, sure, whatever, fine. But like, every system's different. Benchmarks aren't definitive. Right? Depends on the code, depends on what you're doing, depends on the system, depends on what the system's doing and all that. But I can tell you that my Pidgin compile times went from 1.5 minutes to 7 seconds. And that's what matters to me. Right? The docks, we're going to turn the docks off because the docks suck. All right, so we're going to do the configure step. Remember, I did a clean build, but we have to do the configure step because of the thing. We'll clean again, right? Remember, I did add turn docks off, but it's still parsing a bunch of code. 7 seconds real time. But 1:20 and change real time. So like, if your iPad can build this faster, great. I don't care because I've got my builds in 7 seconds. Right? That's the important thing to me, and that's why I built this machine, because I need to keep doing clean builds all the time. So yeah. I mean, you can just clone the source and build it, and grab a release and build it. Okay, apparently I typoed that. There you go. We're only a couple 100,000 lines of code now. We have a bunch of sub projects and stuff. So your first build might take too long because of that, because of downloading the sub projects and stuff. But yeah. Even if I clear the disk cache here, I'm going to regret this, but echo 3 pipe sudo t / proxys vm drop caches. Ninja clean. Time ninja. Now, Ccache is still at play here. I don't know how to clear Ccache, but I'm still 7.2 seconds with a clear disk cache. Right? So if those of you that don't know, Linux will use your memory to keep stuff it right off a disk in memory rather than having to read it from disk again. Right? So right now, we have 2.3 gigs of stuff in our caches. Right? So if I clear the caches... Okay, I didn't clear much, right? Only took 200 megs down, but when I do the build, that number should jump back up, right? So if we just do this again, right? We're still 2162, just a little bit. Firefox and stuff are doing stuff on disk in the background, right? Ninja clean, run clean again, right? We haven't looked at any of those files. we're still 2.1 gigs, right? But then when we run a whole normal build, over 866 build targets. It even got faster, even though the user time was higher now, right? But now we use 200 megs of memory for disk cache. You have 26 gigabytes in your buff cache. Yeah, Linux is really good about doing that, about handling it, right? It's like I'm sitting here with 32 gigs of memory free right now. Sure. Like, whatever, who cares? Oh, sorry. What did I miss here? You have 92 gigs in your cache? Jesus. We had 4 digits of build targets? In Pidgin we did, yeah. Yeah, and we've gotten it down through libraries and other stuff. And just, you know, reorganizing code and stuff, deleting shit we don't need. And yeah. 2XX was around 15 years. Things did speed up lately, but also it's probably 14 years since 3.0. For what wrapped? You also have 32 gigs free. What I'm worth it, I stuff in the cache, yeah. You have 128 gigs on that box? Yeah, like, back in the day, that used to surprise me. And now, like, so when I was recovering my NAS, I realized I had 19 hard drives connected to one machine. And I was just like, oh, wow. I have SDS. Like, legitimately, I have SDS. And that was weird, right? Because, like, I've seen that in data centers and clouds and stuff like that before. But, like, to have a 4U machine in my basement that has 19 drives connected to it was like, oh, shit. Right? So now, like, these big numbers, they don't seem to affect me as much anymore, right? But, like, I'm sure the first time I'm like connected to a machine or see a machine that has a terabyte of RAM, that'll probably be one of those, oh damn moments, right? But like 128 gigs, meh. Which is stupid because like the first machine I ever had that was like mine had 8 megabytes of RAM. And now it's like, yeah, I got 64 gigs, whatever. It's fine. Look at this machine, 288 cores. Yeah, like that would be surprising because that's more than 4 what I have now, right? No, that would be 4 times as much as I have now, right? And that's still a huge bump, right? But it's not like an order of magnitude. It's just 4 times more. DocBook shouldn't be required. So if you want to turn off docs, you want to do Mason setup, build -d doc equals false. You have an R720 with 144 core, 280 threads, but it's a quad socket box. Yeah. But like I remember, so when I worked at an OEM, we had it set up so when you boot to the kernel, it would show the penguins for each processor, and like we would have dual Xeons with hyperthreading. It's like, oh look, there's 8 of them. Wow. And now it's like, oh, there's 64 of them. We don't even bother showing it anymore. Right? Like, who cares? But yeah, Sir Elfman, I'm assuming you just typed DocBook, but we shouldn't be looking for DocBook because we don't use DocBook for anything. But you might want to also refer to the README. And also, do not do Mason install or Ninja install. You're going to have a bad time if you do that. Some XSL missing? So, okay, maybe it was DocBook, but you pulled down the tarball I gave you, right? The link? Maybe one of the sub-projects is using it, but I don't know. I can't tell you shit if I can't see the error message. Like... GI DocGen. GI DocGen. Like, if your output doesn't look like this, something's wrong. Seagull doesn't have anything for it. SQLite. Maybe SQLite pulls it? No, that wouldn't make sense. So DocBook should only get pulled in if something's using like GTK doc. Oh, you might have pulled in and are building, no, they shouldn't be using that anymore. Lib spelling might require it. But yeah, I don't know, fucking no paste it, man. I can't sit here and read your mind. Like, put it in a no paste so I can read it, and then I can tell you what the problem is. Because you can't paste it in Twitch chat, and even if you do, it's gonna look like shit. Alright, anyways. We're back over here. Alright, so regret. Yes. I may be a machine, but I cannot yet read your minds. They have not installed that feature set into my head yet. But yeah, so libregret, its intention is to be, well, so number one, all of our libraries have to have, all of our project names are somehow named after a bird or something. I was looking at bird names, I came across egret, and then I went, wait, we can make that regret. And that'll make perfect sense. So regret is a library for making it easier to handle SIP, or Session Initiation Protocol. And multiple people, including SWK, have been saying, I'm going to regret this, I shouldn't do this, I'm crazy, you're insane, blah, blah, blah. So we named it regret. Because we're supposed to regret it. And yeah, it doesn't do much yet, and we'll see. This is literally in the README. It's a simple SIP parsing library. It does not handle media or NAT traversal. It was created as an integration library to use the SIP protocol plugin, blah, 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 blah. Nearly all libraries related to Pidgin in one way or another are named after species of birds. We were looking at naming this Huron, which could be kind of heard as Huron, which could kind of be heard as Huron, but not really. That's when we stumbled across egrets, which are very similar to herons, but then we put an R in front of it, and that's how we got regret. It works on a number of levels, as mentioned as a bird species, and numerous people have recommended against us writing this library, saying we'll regret it, and we probably will, so the name makes perfect sense. So, yep. And I'm going to laugh when it eclipses libsophia, and everybody moves to it. No one's going to move to it. I'm just being a smart ass. Nobody's rewriting code to move to a new library. Now, people writing new code might use a new library, but nobody's swapping out SIP stacks. Not unless it was already pluggable, but nobody, like, SIP stacks are not pluggable. PJUA and Sophia, they're not, yeah, there's no good abstraction between them. So, is what it is. SIP shift close to 20 years, you regret it? Yeah, yeah. See, that's the other joke we don't say out loud, is that SIP is just regret. Everybody regrets SIP. Just 100% right there, just regret it. Just like, damn. So we should probably build headers first, because otherwise we have to go back through and update all the unit test and everything for serialize to include the headers after, if we do headers later. Programming is about humor? Yes, very much so. SIP is what you get when you have protocols designed by committee. Yeah. Oh, actually, SWK, while you're here, and we can borrow those 20 years of SIP experience. SIP has a double trailing new line like HTTP, right? I wasn't clear on that in the spec. Right? But I do still need the double trailing new line, right? Or carriage return line. Yeah, okay, cool. I wasn't finding it here directly. So maybe I was just missing the ABNF. Message body length, framing, unlike SIP. Okay, yep. There's no ABNF in 3261. What's the other one? There's a 2543. See section C for an overview of ABNF. Is this going to link if I go to the HTML? Probably not. But I should be able to go to section C. I know you all can't see this. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Oh, this is literally describing ABNF. That's not what I want. But like, so break each line of the message, then to end the, okay, yeah. So it's just like SMTP and HTTP and everything, and that's fine. Like I said, I thought that was the case, but I was having a hard time figuring out for certain if that was the case. But also, so like one of the other things that Regret will do is like, so there's a whole ABNF here for SIP URIs, right? So the intention is that the library here will handle that. There'll be unit tests for it. There'll be fuzzer tests against it. And then we can, you know, have confidence that when we parse a SIP URI, it's right. Now stuck on VapiGen, Vapi false thing doesn't work. It should work. How is it not working? What is it doing? Oh, also, yeah, hold on. You're gonna have other problems. Actually, this doesn't, you wouldn't be able to time it well enough. But, so our recommended way for people to build Pidgin 3 is to build it via Flatpak and run the Flatpak. No, that should definitely be, oh, it's not an option in Pidgin. Pidgin doesn't have that option, so it doesn't fall to other stuff. So you have to do it for each project that has it, which right now should just be G plugin. So if you do -d G plugin : Vapi equals false, that should work. I don't think anybody else has it. But what distro are you on? Because you need an ass ton of dependencies if you don't normally compile GTK stuff. So, oh, okay. So, did you read the README? Actually, no, I don't think this is in the README. So, for Mac, because Macs suck, are you on M4 or Intel? Kind of exception to that rule. You have a couple content type headers. You have to deal with that because you'll get a RN after the header, and you have to grab the content length after that for things like SDP. Okay. Okay, cool. That's some good information. Yeah, okay, so you're on an M4 Mac. So what you'll want to do is you'll want to do Mason setup. Oh, that's not Mason. Mason setup dash dash native. Assuming you have homebrew installed in opt homebrew, whatever, right? In opt, whatever the homebrew prefix is here. Yeah, opt homebrew, right? Assuming you have that, you're going to say native file dot slash scripts slash homebrew Mac OS ARM 64.ini build. Okay, so that'll get you through all of the weirdness with homebrew, but that still doesn't get you all the dependencies. Getting the dependencies for homebrew, I was over on 6. This is the full list. If you turn off Vala, that's fine. I'll no paste this. But yeah, this is why we don't recommend people compile it. You can format this to your heart's content. But that's just out of our Ansible setup to get stuff set up on Ansible. Or we use Ansible to configure our build agents. So yeah, that'll get you just about everything. There's a few things that aren't in there. You'll figure them out quickly. I don't remember what they are. They're done in other Ansible roles, which is why they're not in this list. But that combined with the native file for homebrew will make things much easier. Because homebrew sucks. Because look at all this nonsense. So yeah, so we turn off introspection for that. We turn docs off in Burb. We turn off introspection for that. Gplugin, we turn off Lua, Python 3, and VAPI bindings. Hassle, we turn off introspection and docs. Your build's going to go much faster than mine because you're not doing even introspection. And introspection doesn't take a lot of time, but it's still parsing all the source files a second time by another tool that's written in Python. So it's going to take longer. So since I'm doing that, it's going to add some time. But yeah, so like I had like 866 targets. You'll have like 860 somewhere around there. And if the speed's real close, then I'll do it without and we'll get a better idea, but I don't really care either way. But like my M4 Mac is not much faster than my machine here. So actually, what the hell's the name? Oh, it's Mini M4, my bad. Okay, I don't have a host entry for it, that's fine. Okay, so or don't work. How do I not have HG installed on here? Content type, content disposition, content length don't necessarily come at the end of the headers to tell you there's. Yeah, no, I know. That whole stuff I'm gonna have to handle differently and everything. That's all stuff I'm aware of that I haven't dealt with yet. But yeah, it says it's bottled, but it's not on my path. Fucking great. Fucking homebrew. Oh, you know what? I might have installed it via pip. And I might not have ZSH setting my path right. Because ZSH is just weird about everything. You don't mess ditching OS X? Yeah. Yeah. We kind of have to pick up. Really, libass isn't the library name. It's in our interest to pick up Mac OS. Because for better or worse, ADM is not coming back. And there's no other multi-protocol clients on Mac. So SSA ASS subtitle rendering. Nice. The subtitles. I I don't know. Somehow Homebrew pulled it in. I don't know. Oh, no. Okay, it's not installed. Do I have a virtual env somewhere? Or did it just get uninstalled? I don't know. Wait, what? Okay. Python 3. Import Mercurial. Oh. Why is it 3.9? There should be 3.13. Crazy Crystals with the 11 months. Thank you very much. How you doing? It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Oh, my, these things? Yeah, they work great. This is my second pair. Lipsats is required to play Call of Booty. Yeah. I don't have them hooked up to this machine, but yeah. Yeah, so I have one pair that I keep paired to my laptop for work, and then the second pair gets paired to my phone. So when I'm outside doing yard work and stuff, it just works. And I don't have to deal with repairing stuff and stuff like that. The Z profile, is that what I want? How do I reload this? Somebody that knows ZSH. I don't know how I moved over to this one. Chinese something? Hold on, I'll just get you a link. Oh, I'm in. No, that's right. Like, they're $33. QLogic recommended a pair. I think it was QLogic. No. Sorry, it wasn't QLogic. It was somebody else. This is another friend that I talk to often. They recommended a pair that was $130. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go with the one that's 4 times cheaper. Like, I don't know if the bone conductive ones are gonna be a good fit or not. I'm gonna use these ones. No, reset doesn't reload your config files. Reset just resets the terminal output. Whatever, we'll just do this. Much better. Okay. I'm in the wrong directory. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. Are you kidding me? They are $26 now. Like, I don't want to complain too much, but I paid 33. That's like a quarter of the cost. Fucking hell. What do I have changed on here? Oh, that makes sense. Yep. All right, so on my M4 here, usually when inflow recommends something, they go up or run out. Oh. So what you're saying is I should have clicked the Amazon affiliate create link button and then sent it. And then bought myself another pair too. No. And then return the ones I have. So 768 build targets compared to 866 on my Linux machine. And the Linux machine, my Threadripper was 7 seconds. And time looks weird here, but so was it really a minute? So my M4 apparently takes a minute to build this. So I'm going to say M4s are not faster than my Threadripper. Yeah. Is NeoFetch still the cool kids tool? And I'm just connected over VNC. Like, where the fuck is the thing? Oh, you know what? I think it was user time. I don't know why the time output was weird. What's funny about a 35-day uptime? It's a development machine that I just use for testing Pidgin stuff. It sits there idle most of the time. I might want to do H. I don't know what it's doing, but maybe ZSH is interpreting this somehow. I don't know, but we'll do it again. Oh, you think 35 days is long? Oh, okay. Oh, 8.774 total. It's almost 2 seconds. Well, it's 2 3/4 seconds slower than my Threadripper, and it's doing less work. So, yeah. So, Sir Elfman, I hate to break it to you, the M4s are slower than my Threadripper. And my basic test of running Pidgin and compiling less on Mac, the Mac is slower. 210, nice. Yeah, I had one machine a couple jobs ago that was at 8 years, I think, when they finally turned it off. That was just a file share machine. It was literally Linux with Samba running, and that was it. And internal only. So. But yeah, so M4 loses to the Threadripper. 4968. 4968. I mean, to be fair, the M4 is by, I'm not saying it's bad by any means. And this M4 was like $600. The Threadripper was $2,500. So yeah. System had like a several-year uptime on it until we moved DC. Yeah, that's what happened with that machine. So it was in a small rack by my desk for like 4 years. Oh, like I am hitting spacebar. So it was in a small rack by my desk for like 4 years. Then we moved it into the server room finally, and then it got shut down years after I left finally. Your MacBook up to 50 days uptime? Nice. What's my, no, 25 days for my Threadripper. Which is kind of a lot. Oh no, look at that load average. I have a load average of 4. What am I going to do? Oh, not care, because I have 60. Oh, now we're up to 5. Ooh. Like, yep. The ARC cache for ZFS is a 2.21 gigs uncompressed, 1.47 gigs compressed. That's not bad. Yep. Coming with load average, it's 1,000. Yeah. Yeah, you have to specially configure HTOP to make it work. Like HTOP had to be updated for this stuff too, which is funny. I don't think there's anything in here, but oh, right. No, you don't do it here. I'm looking at this like I did not edit this file. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, so CPUs 1 through 4 by 8, right? So there's 1 through 8. You get 8 of them for 4 blocks, right? And then column 2, 5 through 8 with 8. And then there's memory swap, task counter, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's definitely how we set this up. It was just 6+ years ago, so I don't remember. Fun times. All right, so let's actually start this regret header thing. We're gonna skip the compact stuff right now. I don't care about it. It's okay. The question is, what should the API look like? Because when you're dealing with headers, it gets weird because you could have multiple headers of the same name. And I think generally what happens is, let's see, what do they do in soup? Soup headers, they have append. Do they have they have replace? Okay, append and replace. Okay, I like that. Let's go that route. A lot of the times I see header add and header set. And with header set, that replaces any existing ones, and append just adds it and doesn't care about existing ones. But if we do append and replace, totally fine with that. Yeah, this isn't clear what happens when you have multiples, though. Replaces the value of header name and headers with value. See also append. Callers expected to make sure. Is there like a headers clear I didn't see? There is a headers clear I didn't see. Okay. Appends a new header with name and value to headers. If there's an existing header with name, then this creates a second one, which is only allowed for list valued headers. See also blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to skip that for now, right? I don't want to have to keep track of that. Um, I'm sure people have not followed that specifically to the RFC anyways, so we need to be able to support it. Yeah, okay, yep. I like that thing that, like, yep, it's up to you to make sure the name and value are syntactically correct. But what does that mean? Do I put the colon in or not? Probably not. So, but yeah, so like, we were talking earlier about like the OS config and stuff like that and how I don't care, right? So like the htop config there, that was a little bit of work, but it's in my home directory. My home directory's what gets backed up, right? Like there's so many people like, oh, you have to encrypt your root file system, blah blah blah, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't care. Like, oh no, you got my root file system. You saw that I have Docker installed. And maybe some Docker images. Yay. All the content is in my home directory. Woo. Right? But like this machine, my home directory is the metadata for what? It's a base install. Like, oh great, you saw that I'm running Anubis. I'm not, but you know, whatever, right? Like, who cares? Right? The metadata for that I don't care about. Like what containers are running. You're right though. They would have the passwords and stuff. If we're talking about that, the config for the container, sure, but I don't know. This machine, the zpool for my home directory is encrypted because it has my SSH keys and everything. And then I do a ZFS raw send to one of my. I have NASs that are supposed to become satellites. I'm probably going to keep one here. I have to build the other one yet. I have all the parts. It's in a box downstairs. It's using a Radza Pro board, which is actually really cool. Radza Rock. No, is it the Pro? No, yeah, I got the Pros. Yeah, one of these guys. So, my satellite NASAs are these guys. I have to build the other one. I have all the parts in the basement. I just have to put it together. But I'm running Armbian on it with ZFS. Works fine. If you get in my box, I have bigger issues because you got past all the other layers of security. Yeah. Pretty much. But even if you got to my box, you still have to get my root file. You have to get my home directory, which is encrypted. But like the root file system, right? And like even this machine, Podman PS. Oh, oh no. This is when I was doing stuff with the GitHub Action stuff, right? Oh no. Oh no, now you got my Docker stuff. As I'm pruning all of it. That said, my laptop is full disk encryption because I don't have a separate drive for the home directory, right? So the whole thing got encrypted. But that's just using Lux. That's not ZFS. But I use SyncThing. Jesus Christ. I use SyncThing to push not even my whole home directory, but my contract work. It takes a directory out of there and it pushes it to my NAS, so I have a backup. And then that backup on ZFS gets snapshotted every hour or something. There's nothing on there but VNC, yeah. Yeah, for me, the big thing for my laptop, I don't have any of my keys on my laptop. I have keys for my contract stuff on there, but not for Pidgin on my laptop. But you would be able to get into my Tailscale, into my Tailnet, and that would be a problem. But the second my laptop's gone, I'm disabling that. So good luck. 32 gigs of what data? This is probably all containers from building Pidgin and stuff like that. I didn't look at images, but yeah. So I had 2 containers and then an ass ton of images. So whatever. So var containers, yep. We now have 101 gigs available out of that. Still wondering what season 3.1 though, but yeah. But then there's my home, 2 terabytes, It's two 2 terabyte SSDs in a Z pool. Right. So, yep. There's ZFS encrypted with ZFS, and yep, they're fine. Yep. Then we can do sudo ZFS list minus T snapshot. Yep. All the backups. So I go back to the 4th of July right now, right? And all this gets pushed to my my satellite NAS. So I have all that there. But the really cool thing about ZFS is there's this hidden directory here, which is, I'm not sure. So those of you that don't know ZFS, so all the snapshots here, right? So you see all these snapshots, whatever. So if we go back to, I don't know what we changed in the past, whatever. It's going to be, do we change any files over here? No. If I had a new file or something, I could show you, right? But like, so just here's all the snapshots, right? So 2025, 07, 11, block. This is the snapshot, right? It's my whole home directory again. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That error, right? But it's just my whole home directory. Just now I'm reading from a snapshot. So like if I needed to restore a file from the 4th of July at midnight, it's right there. It's online. I can grab it whenever I need it. And that's why ZFS is amazing. If you get Moonlight, it's probably more secure. What do you mean Moonlight? Need to use ZFS for your next Linux install. You've had a good experience with it on your server. I like it. Yeah, I haven't done ZFS on root. That can get weird. I haven't done it because I don't want to put that much time and effort into it. But I don't know. I know people do it, so it's a thing. Jesus, did I really not put any of this time in? Hold on. Oh, okay, did it? Yeah. I've just noticed I didn't mark down my hours for yesterday or today at work. And, you know, I don't invoice till Monday, but I'm just going to do this quick. 2025, 07, 09. Oh, I gotta work tomorrow. I do not have enough hours. I mean, fine, but I would like to get paid more. So I will work more hours. Do you think taking CS in college is still worth it? Depends on you and how you learn and what you're doing, right? If you learn better by being taught stuff, sure. If you learn better by doing things on your own, then go do them on your own. But you're gonna have to find some way to support yourself in the meantime, right? I mean, you still have to do that if you're going to school. Or maybe a boot camp's good for you. I don't know. But like there's still CS jobs that are out there, but the thing is, like all jobs, like CS has been a unicorn for a while where like it was real easy to find a job and stuff because there was a shortage of employees. That's becoming less and less of a case, right? So like if you want to do other stuff, then go look at the other stuff. But like CS isn't gonna, if you're just trying to do it for a paycheck, then maybe not. But I don't know. It depends on you. There's no right answer. There's no universal right answer, right? It all depends on you. CFS for root is a pain in the ass. Yeah, I believe it. Moonlight is a game streaming thing. Use it whenever I would use CNC because in most cases it's just better. Oh, okay. Huh. You just let Proxmox take care of your CFS. Okay. Huh. I didn't know that Proxmox could do ZFS for root. Huh. What are you talking about, Crazy Crystals? I don't know. I have no idea how hard it is to get into the tech job. I haven't actually had like a regular in the front door interview in over 10 years. So I'm not somebody that can answer that for you, right? I can tell you from junior developers that I know that it is very hard to get hired as a junior. My suggestion to that, for better or worse, is if you are able to find an open source project and cut your teeth there to get some experience, because that'll be one extra thing on your resume that other people don't have. But that comes from a very privileged area on whether or not you can do that, right? Proxmox installer stuff to set up ZFS for root. I mean, to extract it, but it takes time. I don't have. Yeah. Oh, jobs rather than program. I like what? Like there's all sorts of stuff in computer science, but they're different fields, right? Which means you need to have different knowledge, right? So security is really big right now. A lot of people looking for good security people. And that's not development, but that is an entirely different skill set than programming, right? Just like IT/support desk stuff, completely different than programming. DevOps, some programming, but a lot more administration stuff or just admin stuff. But again, completely different skill set. So like it, when you say CS, you're talking like, I don't know if you're talking about computer science or just programming or all of it. I don't know. Where would we find an open source project to work on? Yeah, I don't know, Chris. I don't know. CyberSec is about to get very over. Yeah, that's very possible too, Crazy Crystals. But yeah. Computer science, computer engineering, and management information systems are three vastly different things. Yes, yes. Computer engineering is, what do I want to say? High level electronics works where like you're learning how processors are created. You've heard cyber's just starting to get into is software engineering? Okay, I don't know. Again, I've been around too long. I have too many contacts. So the thing I tell everybody, right, when they're like, how do you find a job? Networking, networking, networking. I know it sucks talking to people and trying to talk yourself up and stuff like that. Or maybe you're okay with talking yourself up, whatever, right? But like, if you know somebody in the company you're trying to get hired at, you have a much better chance of getting hired than somebody who doesn't. And how do you get those connections? You go out to events, you go to meetups, you go to conferences, you talk to people, you meet them. So like, funny story about me and SWK. SWK randomly came in here and chat one day, and we just by talking and stuff, I find out he works on FreeSwitch. Right, FreeSwitch is an open source, what do you call PBX again? Whatever, it's for creating phone systems. He'll tell me what it is in a second. Anyways, so we get to talking and stuff, and I was like, yeah, I gave it. So FreeSwitch runs a conference called ClueCon every year, and in 2014, 2015, I don't remember what year, I gave a talk at it. And SWK is like, yeah, I probably mic'd you up. It's like, I probably put the mic on your head for you to give your talk. Like, oh shit. Right? Multi-protocol, multimedia communications platform. There we go. That's a much better description than what I was going for, right? But like randomly chance moments, media on Twitch, right? You don't actually necessarily even have to go in person. Just go to like subreddits, stuff like that. Find your local community. A lot of cities have Discords or Slacks where the tech people get together or just other people get together, right? There's all these different opportunities that you should be exploiting if you can, right? I understand, again, you know, it's a privileged point of view to say if you have the time to go and do this and everything, but if you can, that's going to help you out a lot. And you should try to make that work if you can. Not even necessarily make it work, try it out, right? And go from there. And you stumbled across me because you saw us working on Pidgin. Yeah, that's funny. People are just too focused on programming part of computer science when it comes to looking for a job. Yeah, I mean, well, again, like we said, it's all completely different skill sets. So like you need to find the ones you're going to work on and go from there, or which ones you want to know and stuff, right? You got another 2 years until you have to make a LinkedIn profile. Is that because you're switching jobs in 2 years or what? Chris says, regardless of what job you want in the field you want, it's always who you know more than what you know. Yeah, exactly. So like another good story about me programming here on Twitch. Not my last job, but the job before that. we ended up having like a 10-minute interview or something, right? So this is why like I don't say like I've had a normal like CS interview in 10 years, because like the normal programming interviews is like multiple rounds, you got to do whiteboard coding, all this bullshit, right? I haven't done that in over 10 years. But like, so 2 jobs ago, I knew the guy a little bit because it was a local company, stuff like that, or I knew the CTO a little bit because local company, stuff like that, hanging out on our Slack from Milwaukee, blah, 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 talking stuff like that, right? But so we're supposed to have a call one day, and the day before that, it happened to be a stream night for me, and him and one of the other people came in and watched the stream, and they're like, yeah, like when we were talking the day after, like, yeah, we were in there 5 minutes, and you mentioned Mollyguard, which is a tool we never heard of, and Mollyguard, if you don't know, well, here, I'll just show you. Reaper 03 sudo shutdown -r now. Oh no, Mollyguard forces you to type the host name that you think you're on, that you want to shut down. And if you type it wrong, it doesn't shut down the machine, right? So I was doing some server work or whatever, and they happened to be in here. I didn't know they were in here. And they're like, we just deployed Mollyguard on all our machines. And they're like, we're hiring this guy, right? So that experience and stuff like that will help you in your interviews. And not to say that you have to like be on Twitch or anything, but stuff like that and knowing those things ahead of time is definitely going to help you in the long run. Yeah, if you're in the middle of nowhere with no tech scene, that sucks. You got to create the scene, which is a lot of work. Don't have travel to go to local meetups that people like Microsoft and Amazon sponsor. Okay. Every job field right now is pretty hard to get into. Something you said like 3 to 5%. I mean, that's actually kind of typical, I think, but I don't know. Even Memphis has those, yeah. You need to implement Mollyguard on your server? Yeah, just install Mollyguard. It just, anytime you install a server, just put Mollyguard on it. Your parents dissing me for taking computer science because they think I'll be unemployed. I mean, how much computer stuff do they use in general, right? Just, there's a lot. See? Yes, 2 more people just learned about Mollyguard. Awesome. They barely use any tech. Are you sure? They don't have cell phones. They don't use a TV or a radio or a computer. Make that 3. So here, I'm the lead developer of a program called Pidgin Instant Messenger, and we spend all our time here working on it. You need to get your tail off my keyboard. Don't try to bite me, because you're the one being a dickhead. Sorry, I'm talking to my cat, whose tail is right on the keyboard. And he's just being a dick about it. Or these days, a toaster or a tractor, yeah. Yeah, I mean, being tech savvy or not, that doesn't matter, right? Because they're still using the tech, right? 10 years ago, literally 10 years ago, we did not have phones with this much power in our pockets. 10 years ago, right? Everything was maybe 720p. 5G wasn't a thing. Wi-Fi 6 didn't exist, right? Things are constantly moving forward. Right, like tech doesn't fall backwards. Like no, yeah, regardless, 5G sucking or not, right? But like we're not going back to GPRS or Edge, right? That's just not going to happen, right? Things are going to keep progressing because people want things faster. People are building bigger things that take more time and more airtime and stuff. Yeah, it's not like tech's going to just stop. The good old days when we had physical keyboards on the phones? Yeah, yeah. Netbooks will make a return. If you want some, I have a couple in my basement. They're 32-bit machines, though. Yeah, that 5G mind controller they can inject you with via a vaccine. Because somehow they got chips down to fit through the... whatever, the point of the needle. The USB charging brick has more computing power than the Apollo spaceships? Yeah, yeah. You don't really have any interest in life other than tech? Yeah, I mean, it's like if that's your interest, go for it. But like we're saying, right? There's so many different disciplines, and by disciplines I mean skill sets to learn and use in comp sci. Like you're talking about comp sci's as a big nebulous thing, and that's okay. But like, there's data processing, there's programming, there's database management, which is different than data science. You could look at AI stuff right now, which is all the rage. There's server administration, enterprise administration. That sucks. Don't do that. That falls into like MIS and stuff like that, right? There's tons of stuff that's out there. Play around with them. Find out which ones you like, right? Is Udacity still a thing? Right? There's a bunch of stuff that's online that has like classes and stuff that you can try out, maybe for free or a small fee, and just try it, right? And if it seems like something you're interested in, cool, go for it more, right? But like, long before you go into, like, one of the problems is a lot of people will end up going into a program at a university or something, and they go into it thinking they might like it, but they don't know if they like it or not because they haven't actually done it yet, right? They start it because they think it sounds interesting, but like they haven't actually tried it, so they don't know if they actually like it or not, right? There's so many opportunities out there to test things, to even just watch YouTube videos to learn about stuff, that like, go and do that work up front to save yourself a bunch of time and money later, right? My opinion on machine learning, so machine learning as a concept, fine. The current LLM AI, generative AI bullshit that's going to become general AI, that's all horseshit. It's all media hyped up nonsense. And I don't know. I've given up trying to explain to people why that's the case because they just don't listen. Need to go back to GSM so your friend can keep their job, and so that we can hack everybody's phones and listen in on everything. That'll be fine. They did return its Chromebooks. Yeah, that's true. GSM is the control plane on 5G networks is basically the same thing. Yeah, it's just different frequencies with higher bandwidth. Both MIT and Stanford have free CS. Really? Huh. I didn't know they had free courses. How's it going, Subuntu? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Like engineering software and creating models, though? Okay, yeah. By models, you mean 3D models? Right, that's a whole other thing we didn't talk about, right? Modeling, computer graphics, even CAD stuff, right? That's all different things in CS, right? So when you're talking CS in general, there's all these different things that are very different, that are all opportunities, right? You can save a ton of money and go to a union shop and be a plumber, electrician. That's very true too. Those guys are in demand, and it's going to keep bigger demand. Yeah, yeah. The trade schools are definitely a real thing, right? Chet Gippity can't explain why Chet Gippity is a horse turd, so no one understands. Oh boy. Oh, you're talking AI models. Yeah, AI models, in my opinion, are a complete and utter waste of time and energy. And the people that think they're going to become sentient are something. I don't know what my actual response is, because I don't have anything nice to say. Because here's the thing. I'm going to try to explain this once. I'm not going to rehash it because generative AI means that it takes data it knows and it generates a response. It takes data it knows and it generates a response. Which means it cannot create anything new. And even if it could create anything new, there's no feedback loop to put it back into its corpus so that it cannot self-fulfill and therefore learn on its own. So what part of this is artificial intelligence when it cannot learn on its own? AI is not taking anybody's job. And if it is, those jobs should have been automated a long time ago. You'd be a better computer guy than an electrician. Those do overlap, but not for everyone. Eh. Most humans are barely sentient. Hot take, but there's some truth to it. Get server cards every day from IA scrapers. Anubis. Anubis, 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 Anubis. Anubis. Like, Anubis is getting all this news coverage right now, too. Look at this. Anubis will kill the AI scrapers. We even deployed Anubis in front of review board because the scrapers were grabbing our code reviews because there's code there. A Google engineer said that AI was sent. He was probably a publicity stunt. Yeah, that or they were. Who knows? Who knows? Whatever. Being an electrician or plumber or pipe fitter, etc., isn't for everyone. But the fallacy that you have to go to college to make money is play. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Generates the average response may not even be a solid solution. Why Twitch? It's got a thing. Okay. What field am I currently? I'm a program. By day, I'm a DevOps. By night, I'm a programmer. But I do all the things. You don't like Anubis the way they implement it? I mean, it's all right. Well, continue to get killed by AI bots, or you know, put Anubis up temporarily. Did not Apple do a big write-up on how AI could not reason? Yeah, exactly. Remember, Apple AI was going to be a big thing, and then they were like, yeah, on second thought, never mind. What in the middle of the road apprentice electrician makes these days? Never mind a journeyman. Yeah. The AI poop. There you go. Is the pay good? I will tell you this. I am a part-time contractor doing DevOps. I work roughly 20 hours a week, and I am able to sustain myself. Now, am I as comfortable as I'd like to be? Probably not. But this lets me do more work on Pidgin than I'd be able to do otherwise. Right? So I'm willing to sacrifice some things so that I can continue working on Pidgin more. So. Crazy Crystals, what's your beef with the way that Anubis is implemented? I've been having this discussion with somebody on the Milwaukee Slack, and they seem to have a similar opinion about how it's gatekeeping and blah blah blah, but it's caping like it's a silly thing because like the AI bots are the ones that are being the asshole gatekeepers, and Anubis is just putting a new lock on the gate so they can't force it down anymore. I mean, it's not entirely based off user agents. You just saw me get it with Firefox. Like, let's make sure this doesn't leak my IP. Oh, interesting. Huh. All right, maybe curl is fine, or curl might be whitelisted because I just got straight through. But yeah, but like they haven't yet, right? Like you're not wrong, but they haven't done that. My sites have not been down since we turned Anubis on. At least they haven't been knocked out by AI crawler bots, right? So like you're complaining rightfully. I'm not saying this is good or bad, right? But you're complaining that your Git servers are getting demolished when you could deploy Anubis, but you're not because they might eventually break it. Well, they're already destroying your site. So, like, I don't understand why you wouldn't deploy it, because they might change it at some point in the future. Well, they're already killing your site, right? Just, yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, if you're not getting crushed, sure. But like we've been dealing with this problem since last year, and it wasn't until like January when we realized it was actually AI crawlers. But like I tried blocking everybody via IP tables, and that was just an exercise in futility. Because yeah, there's a lot of IP space out there. Oh, it's user dash agent. My bad. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so whatever. It's based on user agent. Doesn't matter, right? So like the thing is, the AI crawlers are trying to look like valid traffic, right? So if they pull the Mozilla out, then you know we'll just start blocking them on that and go from there. Maybe Cloudflare's, maybe they aren't. I don't know. I don't use Cloudflare because I don't like the whole centralization of the internet through Cloudflare. Okay. Anubis has some stuff coming up too where you can tell it to, if it sees like a session token, it'll not challenge them and stuff like that. I haven't looked at any of that yet though. You have to start using, what is it? So if you want to get AI bullshit off of Google and you are using uBlock Origin on Firefox, add that as a custom rule. Blocking Facebook's IP range. Yeah, so my problem was Baidu, Tencent, and Alibaba Cloud. And the amount of IP space they have is mind-boggling. And I couldn't keep up with it. Yeah, and I was blocking by ASNs. They just rent space in someone else's ASN. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like the AI crawler bots are doing effectively what people do with VPNs to get past geofencing for Netflix. That's what the AI crawler bots are doing. Cloudflare is great for some things, but definitely have some questionable going on. Yeah, the whole password thing. It was effectively a DDoS from Cloudflare. Oh, yikes. You block some whole countries. Yeah. Using residential proxies too. Yeah, exactly. Right. The thing is, like, you're never going to block them via a firewall. Your solution is you have to have some way to detect the bots themselves. And if Anubis is doing that via user agent string right now, I don't know. It seems to work fine for me. I haven't had anybody complain that they couldn't get access to the site, and my sites are now reachable. Right? Here, let me grab this because I just shared this. So I went and looked it up. So I shared our graph that changed with the Anubis author, who I am now a patron of too. Or yeah, I can just grab the link. Try BGP community 666. I don't know what 666 is, but okay. Right. So here's the link to this, right? We were at sustained at 20 megabit connection until here. And hold on. Alright, I just heard something fall upstairs. That was my roommate. So, basically publish networks to community 666 and announce that to your upstream transits, and then they null route those networks for you. Traffic never even comes across. Oh, nice, nice. But yeah, so anyways, we were at, you know, pretty much sustained 20 megabit per second. I deployed Anubis. I took it down for a second to reconfigure some stuff, or for a little bit to reconfigure some stuff, and then boom, we're down here, right? So today, like right now, let me pull up DigitalOcean. I gotta log in. Oh, 2FA. 66 is probably the most common null community number, I'm sure. I just didn't know this. Like, I figured it was something like that, but I'm like, I didn't know because I don't have the privilege of dealing with BGP. Like, I know of BGP, but I don't ever actually have to use it. Okay, so that's server right now. I'll even go for 14 days. I don't want to share the whole DigitalOcean window, so we'll do it this way. Apparently, oh, I picked red for the background, but here's the past 14 days. Right? I don't know what this spike was about. We might have had a bunch of stuff clone at once. I don't know, right? But we were consistently stuck at 20 megabit per second until I deployed Anubis. Now, we weren't quite hitting our bandwidth allocation for the month, so we weren't getting charged extra money or anything, but we were getting close. So, yeah. Yeah, I was using privilege, ironically. Like, oh, what a privilege to have to deal with BGP, right? Not be able to mess with BGP sometime, but anything I can relate, it's just, or I can't relate, it's expensive. Yeah, I mean, you can set up your own stuff with like a bunch of Cisco switches and shit, but yeah. But yeah, so here's some of the other stuff. So I can't find my IP tables list, but my history command from that server is pretty telling too. Yep. This is how I was blocking stuff. /18, 22, 20, 19, 19, 20, 29, 21, 21, 18, 20, 20, 20, 19, 20, 19, 22, 22, 19, 21, 18, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 14, 13, 15, 13. And I'm still getting decimated. Right? Absolutely still getting decimated after blocking all this address space. A /15 is like 500,000 IP addresses. Still getting decimated by these fucking bots. Then deployed Anubis and I was done. And I was like, I wish I had done this sooner. Like, the thing is, like, Anubis doesn't even have to be a big deal, right? So it just works as a reverse proxy, and it has, you only have one Anubis instance per service. So like we have Anubis in front of Review Board and HG Keeper, and those are two separate Anubis instances because they don't share data or keep track of anything. But like it's a Go binary that runs in like 128 megs of RAM. So, you know, you just, if you're reverse proxying to your service behind Nginx or Apache or Lighty or whatever the hell you're using, maybe it's Caddy even, instead of reverse proxying to your service directly, you set up Anubis first to reverse proxy to your app, and then you change your reverse proxy and whatever your main thing is to Anubis. and you're done. And then if you don't like Anubis, have problems with it, you just revert that reverse proxy and you point it back to your service, and you're fine. Whatever, right? Maybe not count for that. PFSense, OpenSense, old crappy Juniper, Cisco router, set up a lab. Yeah. I didn't realize that OpenSense and PFSense have that stuff, but it makes sense, right? It's just software. Dude. Your private space Gboard was different configs than your main profile. Okay. But yeah, so like the problem too is like the IP table solution only worked for HTKeeper, whereas review board is in Kubernetes. So I would have to deploy Anubis, or like I don't have IP tables. I would have to use DigitalOcean's WAF and put that on our load balancer and put all those address ranges, if I can even put them in as automated system numbers, right? And like it's a whole different thing to manage all of it, where now it's just Anubis does it. I'm done. Right? Just I don't care. Anubis takes care of it, and I'm done. Or, like I said, you can just keep getting hammered by bots. So here, wait, even if we do this, right? Or, yeah, we'll do it this way. Well, let me make sure first. No, I did it backwards. Review board doesn't show much about your logs, but yeah. So, right? We're just nice and calm right now. No problems. Right, it's fine. This is what I'd expect to see, right? It's fine. Whereas... here's HTKeeper. Right. Do you really think somebody's running a Nexus 5 to talk to this right now? Probably not. That's oh, it's a Googlebot. Right? Googlebot's okay. Googlebot's not getting hit. Right? There's our status checking tool. Right? It's fine. But like, when the bots were coming, this was just flying. There's nothing you could do. It just fucked. But, can I check Anubis easily here? I don't know that Anubis shows me access logs. Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, okay. We're not getting crushed here right now. All right. Yeah, because this is supposed to say... Huh. Okay, I guess the AI bots just gave up on us. Oh, no, maybe. Yeah, deny. Deny, right? Compatible Google, other... Mobile Safari, Apple WebKit, Nexus 5, whatever. Yep. So the thing is too, like, this isn't like flying, but some of these requests can be very costly, right? Because it's a, you know, it's a forge, right? There's software, you can do big lookups, whatever. Bot AI catch-all. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Googlebot actually says Googlebot, and this doesn't say Googlebot in it. Claude. There's Claude. Claude getting banned. Fuck you, Claude. Get out of here. Right? They're still coming in all the time. And Anubis is just like, nope, try again. See you later. So, yeah. Like, up to you what you want to do, but I have no problems with Anubis. Just gotta install FRR, which is like a follow on fork of Zebra, and it does BGP, OSPF, ISIS. Oh, interesting. I never got that deep into networking, so it's probably a good thing. Like, I know of BGP and ASNs and shit, and just like, yeah, I'm pretty much good there. Thanks. Oh, that was a comma. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't remember what OSPF is, but yeah. All right, we are severely sidetracked, but I think we're okay. Oh yeah, so I was looking to see how. Oh shit, I didn't go through and do this yet. So we need this for serialization, and I kind of forgot about it. Open shortest path first. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So part of the SIP standard is when you get a 200, you have to write the text okay with it. SWK, this doesn't get internationalized at all, does it? No? Okay, look, I couldn't imagine anybody would think that's a good idea, but because there is a code, I'm like, maybe somebody did. It matters for me to send it out, right? Right, I understand it's for human readability, but that doesn't mean that somebody didn't implement something that looks for that text, right? So the problem is when I go to serialize, so I have regret, static, or in constants, right? I have the whole table here, and I ended up putting the code in the stupid constant name to deal with 606 not acceptable and 406 not acceptable, because I couldn't just have regret status code not acceptable, because there's two not acceptables here. But anyway, so I need to write a function that just returns all the strings based on this. Right, I understand I can send 503 go fuck yourself, but I am going to get issues opened up in my software, in my issue tracker, saying, hey, what the fuck? So I should probably just do it right the first time, right? Or maybe I just do 200. I don't know. 480. I don't know. Really, I did not see that. I thought the RFC was more explicit on that. You can legit do that, really? God damn it, the HTML ones. I was on links. Please start fighting the issue track. No, it's not. So, framing, SIPMath general, contact form, header fields, responses, 7.2. Reason phrase. Well, specification suggests wording for the reason phrase. Implementations may. Is this one of the may must you say I have to watch out for? Choose other text. For example, in the language indicated in the accept language header field of the request. So these could be internationalized. American Idol sucks. Okay, they could be, but it's probably not. Well, I don't even know how I would do that with get text. I don't know. Can you? Get text, change language. Sure. The Python one's probably close, but no. Okay, they just load the entire thing into it and go that way. Oh, I have no idea how to do that in C. Free switch, we have an app, SIP responded app that lets you do respond 403 get bent. Nice. Oh, I think I asked you this before, but so our SBC at Corvisa, we had something set up. I don't know what the specifics was, but like if you did something weird or you were like trying to hack us or something, you would get audio of screaming monkeys. And something tells me that our team didn't set that up, and that was probably like part of Open Sips or Kama Ilio or something. And if anybody knows that, it's probably you. Okay, you think it was our team. Okay, it doesn't seem likely from them is all. But whatever. But yeah, I just remember if like you did something weird on the SBC, he would randomly throughout the office, because we had polycoms on our desk, and we all would do our testing on speakerphone. So just like randomly you hear, you're like, what are you doing? Screaming Monkeys was a file included with asterisk sound set. Got abused to annoy people all the time. Oh, okay. So yeah, that makes sense. That's probably what it was. We had a mix of asterisks, free PBX, Kama Yilio. We didn't have open sips, I don't think. And then free switch, and then we added more Kama Yilio, and just all the things all the time. Because why not? All right, anyways, I don't actually need this thing until we serialize. Oh, you know what we could do? It's unlocked, yeah, because it's easier to implement this one thing in a different thing, and yeah. Okay, so a better idea for how to handle this whole thing. What we're gonna do is we're gonna add a variable for you to set the message, because like you said, in FreeSwitch, you have a way so that you can change it to whatever you want, right? That's a good idea. I like that idea. So I'm going to take it. I'm going to make it possible. And we call, what is it actually called here in the message? The reason phrase. So we are going to add a get reason phrase and set reason phrase method or property. Or we're going to add a reason phrase property. And then if it's not set when you go to serialize, we'll grab the default. Right? Easy peasy. Regret message get reason phrase. Gets the custom reason phrase if one was set. Yeah. Returns nullable the reason phrase. And 0.1. Regret available in 0.1. Const car star regret. Message get reason phrase. Regret message. Boom. Alright, easy peasy. Now let's grab set. Set reason phrase. The new reason phrase. Sets the reason phrase. Phrase of the message. If this is null, the default reason phrase will be used when the message is serialized. If you want it to be empty, use an empty string. Right, and just like that, we'll have the feature. We have OpenSIPs, FreeSwitch, MariaDB, Postgres, Nano, MQ, Apache, Linux, FreeNAS, TrueNAS, Proxmox, and more. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They're tools. Yep, exactly. So you guys have a bunch of Maria, too. We have a bunch of stuff that's still MySQL. Actually, it might be Maria, but, you know, it's MySQL, but, yeah. And for better or worse... No, let's be after status code. So if you don't have to deal with many legacy systems, yeah, legacy systems suck, but, you know, That's why people get paid a lot of money, is to work on these systems that nobody wants to touch. I forgot these were all alphabetized. We have a lot of MySQL. I'm working toward executing every one of those instances. Yeah. Legacy niche systems keeping me paid well. Yeah, yeah, exactly. G value, set string, value, regret message, get reason phrase. Regret message, set reason phrase, message, G value, get string, value, break. Regret message, reason phrase for the message. This is empty. The default value will be used during serialization. This value is null. Okay, almost done. Oh. I'm gonna drive by that. Not sure how I did that in the first place, but okay. That would have been caught in review. Right now we're not doing reviews with regret. There's enough pigeon pull requests that need to be reviewed. I'm not trying to create more work for people when I have a new library, which is just going to be a ton of work. So I'd prefer if it was getting reviewed, but it's okay, right? But there's a backlog of big pull requests. So is what it is. That said, if anybody wants to review some code, please do so. Sometimes those legacy systems are kind of hard to get rid of when you're adding a 2 or 3 billion rows of data to them every day. Yeah, yeah. All right, does it compile? Let's get out of here. Okay, compiles. Let's make sure it actually works. Go on fishing. That seems appropriate for an egret. Oh, capital F. We want to make sure it fails, though. Make sure the test actually ran right. Okay, yep. You know, it sucks when you have a min 10G NICs everywhere and still have to G-zip the data streams to keep them from overloading the wire. Yikes. That's crazy. Oh, we lost 13 bytes. G-O-N-E space F-I-S-H-I-N-G. You know, if you wrote Rust, you wouldn't have had this problem. I would have the problem of Rust then, though. And, like, I can just type that and now the problem's solved. Because I actually know how the fuck to test my code. Yep. Unless you use an unsafe block. Add a what do we reason phrase property allow users to override the reason phrase when serializing responses. Alright, we got a review on a Pidgin thing. Oh, that's not what I meant. Use fast reviews cursor and what's 4.0? Oh, ChatGPT 4.0. Yeah, and I could also kill myself. And then I'd just be done. That's pretty funny. Everybody's finding the stream. Okay, this is copy paste errors. Because those are things. And now everybody's in an ad too, so it's doubly awkward. 7:31. Was it just those two? $7:31, $7:38. I guess so. All right, the bind wouldn't matter. Okay, yeah. No, if you worked for me, I'd be like, why the hell are you now coding on the shared screen server in Vi? We don't use those crap Windows IDs or Emacs or what? Statement, val, wrapper, val grind, wrapper. No, I've definitely, dude, I've shared terminal. I've group coded in YTalk. We used to live in that thing, man. Are you? I assume you're using Tmux or Teammate or something. We used YTalk. Is that no comma screen or no screen? New screen. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. My usage of screen was never heavy. Like I used it all the time for IRC and stuff. But like I didn't do a lot of collaborative coding on it back in the day. Because if we did, we'd SSH to the same server and use YTalk. But yeah, so in my case, we just use YTalk. Because then you could chat easier too. You didn't have to keep typing fucking echo or using Octothorpe. Type your comment. But so in YTalk, you'd get a pane for each side. And then you could like show each other different stuff on your side too. And I don't know, it worked well for us. That's not what I meant. Use false instead of 0 where necessary. At some point I should set up Minecraft. My nieces play, which are both adults now, which is even scarier to think about. But like I've never played Minecraft. Maybe one day. Is there chat in Minecraft? That's how you'll get me into Minecraft. I gotta build chat, the protocol plugin for Minecraft and Pidgin. Yeah, there is. So you can just jump in and from Pidgin, hey, where you guys at? Oh yeah, I'm running late. I'll be there shortly. Would that be an interesting idea, or would that be a cursed idea? There's a few clients that do. Are the protocols different or the same? So currently your DevOps box has about 40 terminals in one screen session. Then you have about 20 of those open on the other box that have 60 terminals open side screen on them with different meta keys on each level. Yeah, like, no. I just use virtual desktops now for everything, and it's fine. You have to fully join, then do whatever's done for chat. Leaves a player in place and killable. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You could warp their position to like super high in the sky or something, right? Because you'd have to be a Minecraft client to make it work. And then that way, at least they're harder to find, right? And assuming you can, you know, make them defy gravity for a bit. So, all right. We got a proof for this. Boom. CDP, a seagull. Seagull clean. Build, and then 4053. So there's two Minecraft servers, right? There's like Bedrock, which is like written in C or something, or maybe it's Go. I don't even know. And then there's the official Java one or something, right? Like my issue is I just don't want to have to get a Microsoft account. Or no, I have a Microsoft account now. I think I don't have a license. I think that's the bigger problem. Like did I sell Minecraft on Switch? I might have sold Minecraft on Switch. Like I bought it, I booted it up, and I didn't even start a server to play. I was just like, I got busy with something else and just never went back to it. You have one production system that has a monitoring daemon that checks to see if processes are running or not. If they ain't running, it starts them up on a terminal in a standing screen session on the box. Makes sense. Isn't that just what like PM2 is or whatever that people use for JavaScript? Like, I know of PM2, I've never actually used it. $53. I don't remember the number already. Nope. PM2, isn't that the old dial-up terminal server? No, PM2 JavaScript. Or I might have the name wrong. I don't know. Like I said, I don't use it. Yeah, PM2, NPM. Process Manager 2. Yeah, Node thing. I said all the JavaScript people. I'm sorry. To me, Node and JavaScript are the same thing. I know it's not true. I don't care. In a community where everyone loves PM2, but the generation of people who use PM2 are leaving, the ones that are staying are leaving, and the ones staying are drug addicts? Okay. Yeah. COBOL. PHP. No, actually, I know you use a lot of PHP. Visual Basic. You take COBOL before you're allowed? No shit. Oh my god. Fortran. You take VB over Node? That's a statement in and of itself right there. That is a pretty bold statement. RPG over Node? Wow. Like, I'm not a fan of Node, but like I don't really care about it. It hasn't become a problem for me, so I haven't had to give a shit. Regret headers. Herders. I prefer to program using German spirits. You know, Kobold. That's wow. You're not implementing Docker because you can't figure out multi-threaded in your runtime engine? I don't know. Containers are fine. They make it easy so you don't have to compile against a bunch of targets at once, right? You can update your host OS without having to worry about recompiling because everything's just in your containers. IPM reinstall target? Yeah. I didn't say that there was only one way to do things. I don't know why everybody thinks that's the case. You're not using it for the main server, maintaining it's a mess now? Yeah. I try to put everything in some sort of config management now, because I've had to reverse engineer servers too many times. And I don't mean like, oh, what does all the code on this do? I have to figure it out. It's like, no, you log into a machine, you're like, PS, what's running? System control, list units, and you're trying to figure out what the hell's on every machine, and then finding all the config data, and you're just like, fuck. So, config manage everything. I don't care what you use. Just don't make me use Chef, right? Salt, Ansible, Puppet, whatever the other ones are, I don't care. It's fine. Just use one, for the love of God. Docker's an abortion that you can't afford to have your business down for a day because it decided to shoot stuff. Yeah, I mean, in your case, you're on metal, and that makes more sense, right? But like at Corvisa, we showed stuff where we had, we were trying to run Kama Elio to do our registrations, and we had Kama Elio load balancers and shit that were running in Mesos that were just scaling up and moving shit around the whole time, right? And under the hood, it was scheduling stuff with Docker, right? So Marathon was scheduling Docker containers, and it worked fine. So, but you know, different use cases, different risk profiles, it's fine. So, Ansible Kate scare you? Yeah, don't you, if you're using Kubernetes, you should probably only be using Ansible to manage the running of Kubernetes, but not what Kubernetes is running. How's it going, Holy Roman Empire? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Right. But then, like, Kubernetes management, people have gotten absolutely fucking stupid about it, too. So, like, there's this package management tool called Helm that back in the day used to have a gaping backdoor that would allow anybody to deploy anything into your cluster called Tyler. They finally got rid of that. But, like, it is just this templating nonsense from hell is what Helm is. And like, it's gotten so bad that even though there's all this templating stuff and you can set your own custom values and stuff, they still have a way so that you can customize it using the built-in tool called Customize, which is already built into kube control and just works on normal Kubernetes manifests. Right? So like, I'm trying to think of something somewhat simple here. Sure, Pidgin.im. So Pidgin.im. This is a custom. Okay, maybe this isn't simple. Hold on. Game.pidgin.im. Much simpler. You have a customization file. You can set some variables in here. This is getting deprecated. I need to get rid of this. I thought this is a shortcut. It's not. I mean, it's a little bit of shortcut. It's not worth it, right? I can set the namespace here. It'll set the namespace for all my resources, so I don't have to care about it in my YAML, and it's fine. And then I tell it what resource files to actually use, and it's named manifest. Cool, right? In my manifest file, I have my normal Kubernetes manifest, right? The same way you can do git -o YAML on any of these Kubernetes objects, you'll get something very similar to this output. This is the bare minimum to set it, right? So I create an ingress route for traffic on HTTP for the host game.pidgin.im, and it's going to reverse proxy to this service on port 80 using these middlewares to redirect it to HTTPS. Then I'm going to have another ingress route on HTTPS for host game that reverse proxies to the game service on port 80 with middleware for common headers and HSTS. And it has a TLS, or the TLS cert comes from that secret. Then I define the certificate, which is from Let's Encrypt. Cert Manager is going to generate that with a common name of game.pidgin.im and a subject alt name of game.pidgin.im, and it's going to store it in the secret named game.tls or game.tls. Once that gets resolved, the ingress route will have the secret name, and then it can do TLS for it. Super. Yeah, Docker Swarm's stupid. Here's the service. The service just says it's going to listen on TCP port 80, and it's going to take any pods that have labels. Well, it's just one label in this case. A label of app with a value of game. Then I define a network policy that says only allow kube public, or so ingress from the namespace kube public with a pod that has a label of app with a value of traffic, and that's why there's two of them, and a role of with a key of role and a value of controller on port 80 TCP. Cool. Pod disruption budget. We don't really need these that much, whatever, but we try to run at least two and try to make sure they get scheduled on different nodes. So if one of the nodes goes down and we want to move stuff around, the service keeps running without issue, right? So pod disruption budget. Make sure that there is always one available for pods that have labels with a value of app that matches game, or a name of app that matches game. Cool. The actual deployment. We're going to name it game. Cool, right? We want one replica. I scaled a bunch of these down to one because I don't care about a couple minute uptime. I'm trying to lower my DigitalOcean bill. Don't keep any history of what's changed here because we don't care. There's nothing major. The deployment has to match labels on pods as well to decide what's running, what's not, whatever. So again, this uses match labels. App is game. Cool. The template to create a pod. We set up an anti-affinity rule that says during scheduling, but we don't care about ignore during execution. We're going to use a pod affinity term of a topology key of the region of the Kubernetes node. This ends up being the Kubernetes node. And we're going to look for the app in game, right? So this is a weird way to say this, but it's going to try to make sure that these do not get scheduled on the same node. There's a better thing for it now that works better. But then we define our container, which is going to pull down docker.io/rdbgrim/game www latest. We're going to always pull the image. It listens on port 80. It has a resource of 5/10 of a CPU, and we give it 64 megs of memory, and it requests 1/10 of a CPU and 32 megs of memory. And that's it, right? So you'll notice there's nothing in here, metadata, name, space, whatever, right? So if I kube control customize dot, oh look, it put the namespace in for me, right? But again, all of this YAML is the same thing. So if I kube control -n roost get deployment -o YAML, oh, we'll just do it this way first, right? Game, right? Okay. Or I can do describe deployment. That's what I wanted to do here, right? It gives you a breakdown of everything. This is all the values you saw in the other thing. It's just whatever, right? Rolling update, we didn't set a strategy type because rolling update is the default, right? Blah, 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 nothing too major. But if I go back here and I say -o YAML, the format's a little different, but this is that deployment YAML. This is that whole thing. It's the same thing. This is using customize. This is all the runtime data, everything for it, right? But like when you start using Helm, it just becomes this nightmare nonsense. And people swear by it because they don't have to write YAML. Instead, they just get template hell, and it's just, it's bad and it's stupid. But yeah, I don't know. Kubernetes is fine. People make such a big stink out of it because they just don't understand it or they don't have the right use case for it. So rather than just being like, I don't know, it's not for me, they're like, I got to shit all over this because it's not for me. So, yeah. But yeah, for something like VoIP, yeah, avoid containers. Like you don't need them, right? Like if they get it doesn't even matter if it's VoIP, right? Like if the technology doesn't work for you for your use case, who cares? Nobody cares. Don't use it. What are you yaying ZFS for? Uh-oh. Try fail, but no data loss. Nice. I somehow, and I don't even want to say this out loud, I have not had the privilege of having to replace a failed drive in ZFS yet. RAID Z2, nice. We are working on the same thing we do every day, which is something related to Pidgin Instant Messenger. Right now, we are building a new SIP, Session Initiation Protocol library, so that we can add SIP support. You slap it around the replace command. Yeah, you got to leave the old disk in, though, right? At least that's what I thought. Using 2 RAID 1 secondhand eBay drives and praying they don't fail because I don't have a spare. Nope. Oh, okay. Huh. So, if you guys follow ZFS stuff at all, you might know Jim Salter. He runs Practical ZFS, the Practical ZFS discourse. And he's also one of the co-hosts on 2.5 Admins. I subbed on an episode a long time ago, so we have, you know, a professional relationship and we talk occasionally. So when I accidentally screwed up my Z-pool, I got him to like verify my commands and make sure I wasn't going to totally lose all my data, because you can see I have a bit of data. And like after I finally got the pool restored and set up to this, he's like, oh, he's like, I should have told you this earlier, but unless you want to rebuild everything now. And I'm like, no. He's like, you take a performance hit when you're 4 wide. You don't get any additional redundancy at 4 wide, and you take a performance hit. He's like, so you would have gotten more performance if you did 4 3 wides instead of 3 4 wides. Whatever, it's fine. Yank it out, slap new one in, and run the replace command. It'll cook off the resilver. Oh, interesting. Okay. A friend of mine was just starting to play with Open Media Vault or something. I don't remember. Something that has ZFS built into it. And like he tried to do that and it didn't work. Oh, you know what? It probably didn't work because he probably used the dev/dev whatever name instead of like this name. Right? So like it would try to look up /dev/disk/by id/wwn whatever blah blah blah, and that couldn't resolve it. Right? And that's probably what his failure was. Oh, well, now I know. Use dev SD. Yeah, no, my point was he had already pulled the drive. So if he was telling to replace /dev/disk/by id/wwn whatever blah blah blah, it couldn't resolve that, right? Whereas if you just put the wwn blah 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 blah, it probably would have worked. But the problem was he gave it an absolute path instead of just the name of the disk. So then it tried to use the absolute path to verify the relative name of the disk, and it couldn't because the absolute path of the disk didn't exist because he pulled it out. Right? Like he didn't use the name of the device from zpool status. I'm saying he did zpool replace dev disk by id, whatever the hell it is. No, it's disk, whatever. Right, instead of zpool replace wwn dev disk by id wwn. Oh, okay. Well, then I don't know. I never saw his screen. I don't know. And like I said, I have not had the privilege of needing to do that yet. Actually, no, I did do replace with my OneDrives to get files, to get sparse files in place of them. But yeah. Oh boy, 6 issues. Let's go. Sent by the CIA to distract FOSS devs who stream on Twitch. Yeah, it happens. Okay. What is this variable for? It's unused always in the last return. I probably fucked up and forgot about it. Not Seagull. We gotta go to Pidgin. Seagull conf manager. Conversation manager 172. Yep, that's dumb. This is a small array. $87.3 terabytes. Nice. Huh. 59% capacity? Yikes. Dedupes. Oh, yeah, no, dedupes fine. I was looking for compression. I don't see compression. Or whatever. What kind of discs are in there? Those SAS or SATA? If we have... If Wave a creator. I'm impressed he was able to figure out what I was trying to say. Damn it, and I copy pasted it. That's what I started looking for. It's 224. Well, it's 225 now. 568 should be back. Need to check if DB is already null. I think since initially. Oh, yep, yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. If manager DB is not equal to null. That's the only place we're using air then? Looks like it. Okay. Should be conf drafting. Oh, shit. Yep. Yep, look at that. You don't run compression on these arrays for now? Interesting. Everybody tells me that ZFS compression is essentially free. Oh, it might be a tab. Insert tags. Must be a tab, because, yeah, it is a tab. I don't know how I got a tab there. Yeah, just everyone tells me it's magic. I got nothing to base it on. So it's like, all right, turn it on. And I haven't noticed any big problems, so it seems fine. But I mean, you're dealing with super low latency stuff, so you know, compression is latency. Potentially. Oh, right, I can't reload stuff. No errors. Looks fine. Looks fine. Dedupe is generally useless unless you're running like a corporate file server for yeah. That's what I've been told to. It's just like, yep, no dedupe. Address issues. Cool. All right, G define final type. Regret headers. Regret headers. G type objects. We're gonna expand this in a little bit, but we're just gonna start with this now. The real fun comes in with KVM instances with root on ZFS over iSCSI. Can you dedupe that? That seems like it might be okay. Oh, no, you wouldn't care. um, so Swills, like I said, he used to be a streamer here on Twitch. He still occasionally streams. But we both run our own personal Kubernetes clusters with Talos, and we both use EFS for a lot of stuff. So we are rolling a Kubernetes container storage interface. I think that's what CSI stands for. Driver. We haven't gotten far in it. We've got a lot of details on how to make it work, but we haven't actually like gotten it anywhere useful. But the idea is that we will have a Z pool on each Kubernetes node, and then we'll use ZFS send and receive to move the volumes, the data sets, between the nodes, so that when pods get scheduled, they can follow your data that way. Because like for a home lab, there's just absolute garbage for storage volumes on Kubernetes. Just it's garbage. Like you've got to set up Ceph or Maya Store or all this other just absolute nonsense shit for it, and it's like ZFS send and receive is right there. Like, come on. So that's a plan. We're trying to get to it shortly, but we'll see. We've done a Proxmox hosting SBCs. Uses modified FreeNAS TrueNAS on a dedicated server to act as an iSCSI server, and KVM under Proxmox mounts its root over iSCSI. Interesting. Yeah, now that you mention it, I'm wondering if I could have done iSCSI on my NAS or something, and then I'm sure there's a CSI driver for iSCSI. But yeah. So, yeah. All right. Static void, regret headers, init, regret headers, star headers. We're not gonna use this right now. GTK unused headers. Boom, boom. Static void. Regret headers, class init. Regret headers, class. We'll just make a finalizer anyway. Yeah, have a good night. Here's your crystals. Thanks for coming by, hanging out. Catch you later. When you do something like a hot move a KVM instance to another node, the downtime has like his. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, I don't have. I just have a libvirt via machine, and moving VMs is hard. It's doable. It's hard. It involves rsync or scopy, and taking the node down and having it down for the duration of the transfer. But it's fine. Not a big deal. Regret headers finalize. Public API. Oh, I just don't have a whole lot of use for VMs right now. I mean, like I have a couple, right? OpenBSD, FreeBSD, and Haiku. And then I have a Ubuntu install for doing screenshots under GNOME. Like that's my VM workload, and she's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Why the hell are you way over here? Regrets. Yeah, whatever. Headers.c. No, I didn't do this yet. Static void regret headers finalize. Regret header star headers equals actually we don't have to do this part yet. We just have to say g object class regret headers parent class finalize obj. All right, so this should compile. It's not going to do much right now, but it should compile. Unless I got typos. Oh, I don't have typos. I have missing fucking code. Struct. Regret headers. G object. Parent. Okay, now this should compile. Or, okay. Oh, headers. KVM has some built-in tools for moving them around. It does basically a two-stage copy. Stage one, it leaves the VM running and basically resyncs that across. Then it pauses the VM, resyncs it a second time, only copy. Yeah. The storage is on a different server. It's just unmount here, remount there, and unpause. Yeah, nice. Yeah, that would be nice. But yeah, I looked at it a little bit. I didn't do a whole lot with it, obviously. And like I've only had to move a handful of VMs ever, so just not something I need to worry about. All right, we have serialized conversations. There's still some parts that are missing. That's okay. We'll get those shortly, but we can make this stuff work now. Yeah. And then we can get the contact serialized. That'll be cool. Oh, we still have to fix the IRC part of this, but that's okay. IRC does blocking, or blocks everything when it tries to rejoin. Just whoops. Gotta fix that. Damn, 143 unit tests now. It's a lot of unit tests. The reason you use Proxmox for that is it has a pretty easy to use REST API built on top of everything. So you don't have to develop all that instrumentation to hook it into our DCMS. Yeah. Totally understand. Right? Right tool for the job, right? Conversation, serialization, property, and tags were conversation property tags was merged in okay, this is still open because there's still more to do here, right? We persisted them, but we didn't reopen them. And error's not done, but it's okay. Alright, I gotta get water. I gotta pee. I will be back in a minute. Damn, next ad's in 20 minutes. So, sorry. Right back. Damn, I didn't realize it's 2 in the morning already. We're gonna see where we get with this, but I barely slept last night, so I would like to get some sleep today. And 2 o'clock is my normal bedtime. But you're whining and crying to get back to work. Yes, boss. You know, those words have more meaning if they're in a donation message or have a cheer mote with them. I'm surprised you even did 2. Oh, 2 cents. There you go. That makes a lot of sense. If it set us null, the gset stir above won't make a change unless one initialize database. So we attempt to initialize the database here. So we can't use the database initialized property in the manager because it could have been okay, this whole thing. Isn't this just equivalent to always calling it at the end of the function without the call in the if? Because file names should be construct only and only happen once. Actually, I'm not sure if that's, yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, hold on. We'll come back to that one. These warnings should maybe mention that they're for conversations. Oh, shit. To set the log domain and totally forgot. There you go. Damn it! I've been doing so good with these lately. All right, let's fix that one real quick. 661. I gotta rebase this branch. Let's just do this. Issue prune -r Siegel off manager. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, I have to pull first. Excuse me. Zabbix just lit up like a Christmas tree. What's Zabbix again? I know the name. I don't know why I do though. Modern system like Dios. Ah, okay. And better than Insinga? And I don't know. I just use Prometheus with everything now. It's 3 a.m. here, and you're not getting any better at Tony Hawk Pro Skater tonight? How is it, though? I've heard good things, but I don't know. Or what are you playing it on? But or whatever. You're going to bed. Forget it. I should have asked that earlier. I just realized it's just after 7 GMT when we reboot a lot of systems. It's a good reason. All right. So, isn't this just equivalent to always calling at the end of the function? Because file names should be construct only and only happen once. So the issue was, actually, let me verify this. So the issue was that we just weren't getting called here. No. We do get called here when it's null. Right, because we saw this in the unit test. And the unit tests do the memory one, which sets this to null. Right, hold on. I'm playing on PC via Steam, and a very nice graphical upgrade is running smooth. Oh, nice, nice. Very cool. Well, go get some sleep. You got the whole weekend to play Tony Hawk. All right. So it did get called from... Add remove test manager 86. Okay, yeah. So that's what that's probably said. So it does get called. Yeah. It's easy to integrate Zabbix with Greylog. So alerts aren't just a box goes down, but okay, a process crapped out, a process started generating. Okay, yeah, no, I got you. Just ICMP and SMP, yeah. Whether it dedupes properties, okay, that's not what I was thinking, but yeah, that is, that's a great question. Do I have a property in here? I do. All right, which one's construct only? Oh, wait, the base has one name, prop construct and construct only. Okay, so we want to put construct only. Jesus Christ. Okay, we already have a warning in there. Okay, cool. Let's see what happens. There you go. You get you get a critical. It didn't end. The question is, where the hell did that happen? Okay, so it's nowhere in our code. So you just get a critical, and yeah, dedupes. So. Okay, so, yep. So let's go fix that. Or we'll say, for the test we did on stream, G object new will not allow you to, actually, it's probably all of these. Let's try the other ones too. Okay, no, it dedupes construct only properties. Yeah, it didn't print my message at all for the property being set, right? We only made it to class in it. We didn't even make it to set property. So during instantiation, it tells you to fuck off. Allow you to set a construct only property. more than once. In this example, the property is named construct only, which is a little confusing. Oh. What? So, hold on. So, oh, you know, I didn't have to redo this. I just had to not run it in GDB. No, we only got called once. Right. This is confusing because there's a construct property and a construct only. But it only called it once. Alright, we can make the test a little bit more. Yeah. Oh, shit, hold on. I put it in construct. Fuck. My bad. My bad. My bad. What? Thanks. I'm like, whoa, what happened? Okay, yeah, so it only got called once. Okay, I think we did our due diligence here. That's okay. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. Yes, you did say that, yes. But either way, we're just, you know, being absolutely certain that that is the case. And, yep, I think we're good. So, you're right, we don't even need that variable or anything. That's fine. That's cool. We are good to go. We don't want that. We want to come over here. All right, so we don't need this. We don't need this. The file name property is contract nullable. So if it is set as null, the gset star above won't make a change and thus won't initialize the database. Or won't make a change. Won't make a change. So we... It's construct only and nullable. So if this is set as null, won't return true. True. But we have to... And... have to initialize the database in any case. So we just do it separately. Also, GObject will emit a critical message if a construct only property is set more than once, and not call it again. So we don't need to protect against that either. Okay. Just found out what happened with the guy at the company there. He clicked select all and is not complaining. It selected everything, not just the stuff on the displayed page. To be fair, that would be my expectation too. Like a select all is all that are visible. That would be my expectation. Right? Because like even Gmail, if you hit the checkbox all up top, it'll select everything on the page and it'll pop up a little toast thing that says, I've selected 50 conversations. You want to select everything that matches? Right? But that's subjective. So. Oh, that's the checkbox? Okay, yeah, then he's just an idiot. Maybe it should say select everything. In all caps and blinking and have red siren lights on it. We need to bring back the GeoCities construction siren lights. All right, but that's tacos? Nice. Tacos. It's the Scotty. Tacos. Tacos. I don't know why that seems to be like the stereotypical accent. I don't know. I do not have a Scotty accent. At least I don't think I do. Somebody else can prove me wrong. There was something else in this pull request. I didn't commit anything else, right? There's that whole thing. I published that. Oh, the log domain. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, and I didn't get lets on 661. Somewhere around there now. We do have a safety system that if you select more than 10 and try to delete, it says, are you sure? Enter, yeah. I'm sure it tells you, I would hope it says you are about to delete 3 million things. Are you sure you want to do this? Like if you put the number in there, then it's just doubly on them. All right. So what we wanted to do with the glog domain. So we do this in like purple message, I think. There's a couple of these we do it in. What the fuck? Oh, where is it? Maybe it's credential provider. I thought we've done it this way. I thought we had this set up for different messages. And not just in a plugin. No. What the hell? So I thought there was some way, because like, when you do glog, it grabs the domain and stuff. I thought there was some way you could do this. Defines the log domain, see log domains. Library should define this so that any messages which the log can be differentiated from messages from other libraries and application code. But be careful not to define any public header files. Log domains must be unique. As recommended to say the application library name, optionally followed by a hyphen and a subdomain name. For example, bloatpad-io. Yeah. If undefined, it defaults to the default or a default null or empty string log domain. Right. So I swear we've done this somewhere. And I don't remember where. We did like... Oh, what the fuck? What am I thinking of? Yeah. Plugins has its own thing. History Manager has its own thing. Oh, I know what this is. Yeah, okay. All right, so this is because this is still going to be using purple debug, right? Yeah. Okay. So this is fine, but what we can do, and we probably should do, is if def g log domain undef g log domain and if g log domain define g log domain conversation manager. This is what I was thinking we can do, right? So then, so what was the actual one you asked about? You said, 646, failed to retype. Right. So now we should force this. We should be able to see the error, and it should give us what we want. All right. I didn't think it was going to fail. It's okay. We should get it here. Huh. Oh, right. Idiot. Whatever. Bleh. Yeah. The raid, Quantum Apprentice to the raid. Welcome. How you doing? How's your stream? I saw you were vib coding. What is a vib code? Oh, it's on the wrong window. Is that like half a vibe code, or like a vibe code where your batteries are dying? So it's a vib code. Either way, everyone, you should go follow Quantum Apprentice. Good guy. Good streamer. Yeah. Okay, so that works fine. Did you misspell? Yeah, you go look at your stream title. Okay. They're gonna be wrong. But, you know, you do you. It's fine. So, does it not have the stream titles in here? I thought for sure it had the stream titles in here. Oh, recent streams, July 10th. Stream summary. Yep, Vib coding, day 7. Jesse Gemini this week, not sure what it's like yet. Gotcha. Okay, hopefully this is okay for this pull request. And yeah, I want to do more of this stuff because this makes it easier, and that way when we're using Gmessage and stuff like that, blah 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 blah. Or actually, hold on. Let's, instead of doing it that way, let's, because this isn't fatal anyways. Let's just change this to Gmessage. Tested Copilot last week. You did not have success with that. Yep. If you're not aware, I am not a fan of any of the AI coding anything. So yeah. Microsoft is forcing their employees to use Copilot. I understand why everybody would be pissed. Yeah. I don't know. All of the AI slop stuff is just, yeah. If you find yourself bored during a work meeting, I see what shit they're garbo. I can get something to produce. Nice. This is something Ivanhoe's looking into. Oh, we gotta get rid of the blah. Bleh. But yeah, I don't know. The AI stuff, if it works for people, cool. I think it's a total overkill for shit, and it just, the cost of AI in general is insane. Especially the effects it has on people that host their own shit, like me, where we have to deploy stuff that forces everybody to do solve math problems, so that, you know, these out of control AI scraping bots don't destroy our sites. And what is it for? So that people don't have to critically read stuff, and, you know, we're not fixing documentation so that it's better to understand. We're working around that problem, and it just, I don't know, it's dumb. Seems that you're competing with these AI directly, since you can't even call yourself a junior dev yet. Why can't you call yourself a junior dev? Call yourself whatever you want. I'm gonna let you in on a secret. I've never had a senior title until I gave it to myself. Nobody hires you yet? Places suck, man. Your biggest issue with it mainly is Google putting the price up because they've included AI that I don't use. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Calculate the SHA-512 of this phrase. AI is just a weighted dice roll. Yeah. And it's weighted towards your wallet. How's it going, Axel? Welcome, welcome. How are you? But yeah, we were talking about getting hired and stuff earlier, and like, your first position is always the hardest to get. And like, but you've got a lot of stuff with your game modding and stuff too, right? And you should be featuring that on your resumes and stuff like that, Just like, hey, just because I haven't had a professional thing, here's some stuff I've done in my spare time, stuff like that, right? Like, I know what I'm doing kind of thing, or at least I have more experience than straight out of school, right? Yeah. The game, so from an interviewer point of view, somebody that's done game modding is way more interesting to me because that means they were able to work on an existing code base and figure shit out, which is precisely what you're going to do at the job. Right? Like, oh, you figured out how the system worked and you were able to implement and build things on top of it. That's a very good quality, right? Quite a few modders have got jobs off the back of modding. Yeah, yeah. The thing is, you just need to find a way to prove you know what you're doing, right? So like my first couple of jobs, like my first job, my first tech job, they decided they were going to give me the job when they asked me. So this was to do like support on Linux machines for an automated testing system at an OEM, right? I know it's a mouthful. One of the questions they asked me was, how do you change the resolution in X Windows? And I responded with, are we talking X386 or Xorg because it's different? At that point, they knew they were hiring me because I knew the difference there, right? I had that experience. You're showing a hard skill, right? Is that what it? No, a soft skill of being able to get into an existing project and build something on top of it and reason about it and make sense of it. And that's a huge feature. That's a huge quality to have, right? Because most of the time at a job, you're toiling around in a legacy code base that nobody wants to deal with because it's a pain in the ass, right? Well, you already have skills doing this, so they know you're going to be better at it than somebody who's never done it before. Modding open source projects are real good on the CV. Yep, exactly. It's true, your past game modding comes up a lot for the, yeah, exactly, right? And the same thing with open source too, right? So like my open source experience isn't necessarily as good as somebody who's worked on a bunch of different projects because mine's mostly on one project, right? Somebody who's able to move in and out of different code bases and figure stuff out and make changes quick, that's an awesome feature. Or awesome, I'm calling you like a piece of software or something. That's an awesome capability to have, right? Because it's there. Likewise, don't be afraid to put a portfolio together, like an actual fucking hard copy portfolio. I've had a couple jobs where I've brought in stuff with open source projects I've done, had a screenshot of the application, description of it, and that. You can give them something to see, something like that, right? And you're taking that little bit of extra effort, and it's really not a whole lot. You know, it's less than a blog post, right? You do it once because you'll reuse the portfolio between interviews, right? And don't just be like, yeah, there's my GitHub. Like, no, you got to curate that shit. You got to tell them what to look at, right? But yeah, I would definitely put all of your modding stuff on there, especially for programming jobs. That 100%. Do it. Oh, shit. This should say purple conversation manager. I'm gonna fudge this. I can't fudge it. But yeah, see, it didn't say purple conversation manager, so you don't know what conversation manager it was. But yeah, the thing about getting a job, it's just you gotta help them. You've got to sell yourself, which can be hard. But just things like game modding, your movie voting site thing, all that. Put it portfolio, feature it on your resume, your CV, whatever you want to call it. Those both of them for certain. I don't know what else you've done, but yeah, definitely both of those. Oh, I don't have the message in here. Never mind. You always have 2 or 3 repos pinned on your GitHub for the reason. Yeah, that's not a bad way too. But like, even just have, so I don't have any of them around anymore, but I need to order more. But like, this is my business card, minus the press stuff and the supporters. This is literally my business card. Let me see if I can find, well, actually I can find one real quick. Hold on. I just have to rip open a sticker pack. All right, sticker pack I put together in January of 18, which, yeah, there's a card in there. I can repack it too, I don't care. We want to go to overhead camera to get the chroma key out, but boom, right? Literally my business card. And there's the back. And what do you think that QR code goes to? That website, right? So like, when you build a portfolio, build it as a website. Put a link to it, and then print it out with like each thing on a page. And then that way, it's always there. You can always update it. You can give it to people and whatever, right? And you're going to have a portfolio with a website, even if it's a GitHub Pages site, right? That's still going to be way better than somebody that doesn't have any of that, right? That's going to make you stand out. All right. The one job you were disappointed you didn't get was as a junior backend engineer, and the stack was Postgres, Fast API, and AWS. You wrote a cover letter with links and everything about how he had won a school hackathon with that basic exact stack and SQL Alchemy. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, sometimes there's just better candidates against you, right? What can you do, right? And maybe by better candidate, it was, well, the CTO's nephew needs a job, right? Sorry. Right? Nepotism is definitely a thing. And that's also why I will always tell you, meet somebody at the company, talk to them, make sure they know who you are so that when they see your resume, they remember you. And then they're happy, right? Or not, whatever, not happy necessarily, but they know you, and they're going to be more likely to pick you over somebody else if it's, you know, neck and neck, right? Love to just get your foot in the door and get the experience. Yeah, yeah. And like I was saying earlier, the hardest job to get is always your first one. It's always the hardest one, right? So that first job I got where we were talking about X Windows, that was in 2005 or early 2006. I don't remember. I was already hacking on Pidgin for 2 years at that point, right? I already had developer status in Pidgin at that point before I had my first real tech job, right? So, like, I was already full-time Linux desktop user for 2 years at that point. And it's just like, yep, you know, like, sure, you can just go through and do stuff that's in classes and stuff, but you're going to struggle because that's the bare minimum that everybody else has done. So you're just showing off your modding tool for a bit. Hadn't thought to make a portfolio website. Yeah. The thing too is, right, you don't even have to go super overboard or anything. I'm trying to think where my portfolio is. I don't even think it's up here. I don't know where it is. I haven't used it in 15 years. But it's just a binder, and it's just, like I said, it's got like a screenshot or two and a small description. But like, it gives you a prop. It gives you something to show, to display, and to talk about, right? And like, not only is it good for your interviewer to look at and see that you've taken the work and done this and taken the initiative and all that stuff, it also gives you a way to drive the conversation, to talk about your own personal strengths, right? So like, one of the things I always struggle with at interviews are they're like, well, do you have any questions for me? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. I'm just here to get a job to get paid. Like, any of the questions I really want to know the answers to, you're not going to tell me. Like, if I duck out 10 minutes early occasionally, is anybody going to care? right? You definitely didn't print out screenshots. Yeah, so like you definitely didn't print out screenshots about how the tool works. Yeah, do what you got to do, right? Like, just because you brought it with you to the interview doesn't mean you have to use it either, right? Just having that on hand so you can jump around and talk about specific things, right? So like if I don't know, does the fall? I don't know if surely there's a scripting language in the Fallout stuff. I don't know what it is, right? But I was going to try to use someone to be like, oh, well, in this other game, they use this other scripting language, which is similar and blah, blah, blah. You know, it just give yourself the best tools you can, right? Like interviews can be intimidating, stuff like that. Being able to be prepared by having your own things to direct and move things around, it helps you best, right? So, yeah. Your first tech job came from being a cleaner of the company? Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's all it takes. Star Trek scripting language? Sure. SSL, yeah, go. I know SSL. All right, I got to delete my warning again, though, right? Or did I delete it? I did delete it. No. Yes, I did delete it. But yeah, like I was talking earlier too, and I'll say it again because it's been a while. So not my current job, but my previous job. I was supposed to have like a 30-minute interview with them one day, and the day before that was a streaming night. I think that was a Friday, and I was streaming Thursday or whatever. And I was doing some ops work and whatever. And for some reason I needed to like reboot a node or something. I was like, oh shit, I got to make sure I have Mollyguard installed here. So I started describing to people what Mollyguard was, and I'll just show you what Mollyguard is, which is what I did earlier tonight, right? So, oh yeah, I need to shut down this node. Oh, well, I'm expecting to shut down Reaper 01. Oh, good thing I asked. I won't shut down Reaper 03 because I thought I was on the different host, right? The two guys that were going to interview me the next day were like, yeah, we saw that. We learned about Mollyguard, and we then deployed it on our entire fleet. Like, yeah, right? you Quantum Apprentice, you in particular have that platform because you're a streamer, right? So you can show knowledge and stuff because of your streaming stuff too, right? If you have good clips on your Twitch stream, feel free to clip those, provide them as links or something. Like, you know, there's always a question, well, when you've faced a difficult problem, what have you blah, blah, blah? I'd be like, you know, well, I ran into these issues, and when I finally found the problem, here's literally my response. Like, you can see it live in real time, unscripted. Right? Or like, you're going to have to work with other team members and maybe do some live coding. Well, shit. I have all these hours on Twitch of me literally live coding, right? The thing about the interview process is help yourself as much as you can. Give yourself things to talk about, descriptions, stuff like that. Try to find the parallels between what they're looking for to the things you've done. Connect those dots, make those connections. It's easier to make those connections when you have props. Right. Had someone go, you didn't code this, and I was like, here's my VOD. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, don't get me wrong, the coding interview stuff is absolute nonsense. I would be so much more chill at it now than I was the first time I did it in 2007, right? Because now there's so much experience on Twitch where it's just like, yeah, whatever. Like, it's fine. I don't really get nervous at people watching me code anymore. I don't even, I get a little nervous around big crowds if I have to speak. But, you know, like all things, with practice, it gets easier. Hey, guess what? You know what programmers do best out of anything is rant about nonsense. What have I been doing for the past 20 minutes? Ranting about interview stuff. We did it earlier too. Programmers, very good at ranting. It's almost like it's part of the job. Oh, what are you doing? Why are you using spaces instead of tabs? Yeah. Just a bonus feature? Yeah. Regret headers, new void. All right, let's see. Or is that my review update? No, okay. Oh, sweet. Sweet. We can finally kill that stupid plugin of mine. Actually, let's just go do that. I'm also getting tired because it's 2:45 in the morning. All right, refresh. All right. Pidgin clean, HE pull -U, CD build, HE up default. RBT land -R, 4051. One of the biggest features for Pidgin 3 just landed. It's far from done, but it worked. The statistical breakdown of Grim strains. On average, it's half Pidgin coding, half ranting about Git, half ranting about Rust, half ranting about AI, half ranting about other random things. I'm sure that adds up to more than a whole stream, but he's usually doing greater than one of those things concurrently. That is, I cannot argue with that logic. Lots of halves. It's like if you half a half a half a half a half a half a half, you'll never actually get to 0. If you double a double a double a double, you'll never get to full. I don't know. That's all I got. Oh, shit. I did it again. Oh, so happy that this is landed. So, I'm just waiting until the ad finishes to describe this a bit more. Loading of the conversation properties and tags was merged. Exit was merged in all right. How's it going, Sanji Med? Welcome, welcome. Or Sanji, my bad. Welcome, welcome. How are you? All right, so this feature that just landed. Have any of you ever set up an IRC client before? Just any IRC client, even Pidgin, right? And been annoyed that you had to tell it to rejoin conversations and to set all this stuff up and all that crap all that time? Sleepy time? All right, have a good one, SWK. Thanks for coming by, hanging out. Catch you later. I'm not going to be on too much longer myself. But, so, if you've ever been annoyed that you had to remember, that you had to spend all this time setting up a config and all that and blah, 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 and it's really annoying. It's a real pain in the butt, right? It's called auto rejoin. Well, no. So, do you know this feature? Have you seen this feature? Watch this. Check this out. This is amazing. So, we'll add more stuff to it later, but the key here, single load SS defaults. So, you know, I'm assuming I went up to the default. I didn't. One, change it, approved, change. Okay, yeah. So, this part doesn't, there's the delete part doesn't work yet, but you'll see, oh yeah, I joined testing, Pidgin, RWgram, Pidgin 3, right? So we're just going to join, Pidgin, blah, right? We're in that channel. It's fine. Everything's here. This works. blah, right? It's fine. We just joined the channel. That's all we did. And now Pidgin 3 remembers it. So we just closed the program, reopened it, and it rejoined us to it. And we're good, right? Hiya. Right, so just to show that it works even better, I'll take my Pidgin 2 and make it join this channel too. Was it Pidgin 2384? Yep. Bleh. Right. Magic. No, I don't use any AI coding assistance. AI is garbage for me. All AI does is create more problems for me. Yeah, I know it's a nice feature. That's why I built it. I spent all this time and built a library to make it happen. Like, we could have made it happen without the library, but we have to redo the same thing for serializing other objects multiple times, stuff like that. And it's probably useful to somebody else too. So, but yeah, so just automatically everything's here. One of the next things we have to do is when you leave a room, we need to delete it from the database, because right now we don't, right? So I left the room, it's gone. And then we're back in, right? That's something we just need to do and take care of. The first thing was load everything into the database, and then I'd start up, read everything from the database and act on it, right? So now we got to go through and do all the other stuff. But, and there's some properties and stuff that are missing, but that part works, and that's amazing. And that's something I wanted. So last June was a couple weeks ago, June of 2024, we were set, I declared that I'm going to be using Pidgin 3 full-time for IRC starting June 1st, 2024. One of the issues with that is your connections get busted. You have to reconnect, stuff like that. There wasn't a way to automatically rejoin channels. We made a bunch of stuff to make it so that IRC will take any channels that are there and rejoin them automatically, blah, blah, blah. But the problem still is when the program crashes or when I cycle it out for a newer version or newer build, I have to rejoin all the channels. That sucks. So I wrote a shitty plugin, literally called Pidgin Channel Pack, that when an account comes on, it calls this and it checks if the username is this, and then it joins these channels. Or if the username's this, then it joins these channels, right? This was to get me by until we got this feature. And it has now taken 13 months, but we have it landed. And the feature's there, and now everybody gets the benefit and they don't have to deal with this nonsense. That's amazing. What are internal affairs coding is? Oh, yeah. Those automatically write up cops when they turn in their body foot. Yeah. What body cam footage? Ayo! So, all right. We're going to get this compiling, and then we'll probably get out of here. So, yeah. Oh, but yeah, so also like the leaving a channel thing is broken right now. Yeah, it sucks. It's stupid. But worst case, you know, you do select star from conversations, delete from conversations where conversation ID equals Pidgin 2384, boom. And then we also want to do conversation tags. Yeah, okay, and then we run again, and now we didn't join, right? So we just have to do the part that when you leave the channel, it deletes it from the database. That should be an easy pull request. We'll do that later. But yeah, most people aren't leaving channels, at least not the developers right now. And just like, yep, sorry, do it from SQL. We'll get to the rest of it very shortly. We're just not quite there yet. I'm all in the weeds. All right. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the new method, and then we're gonna call it regret headers new. Creates a new headers object. Since 0.1 returns transfer the new object. Regret available 0.1. Regret headers. Regret headers new void. All right. Sure. Yeah. All right, we're gonna get out here because it is 3 in the morning for me, and we have been streaming for nearly 5.5 hours, which is a long time to be streaming. We're gonna go raid Chi Impact. I'm still not sure how to say his name. I really forget to ask him, and at this point, it's just gonna be rude. I don't know if he has a YouTube. Oh, he does have a YouTube. It's right there. I will give this link to YouTube. I don't know if he's on YouTube right now, but that's where we're going. Anyways, so thank you everybody for coming by tonight. I may or may not be on the weekend. I don't know. But in the meantime, be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Hit the notification bell for whatever your level of notificationery. In the meantime, you can find links to all my social media over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to go live. And if you want to join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord, you can find a link to that right over here as well. So, thank you everybody for coming by tonight, and until next time, adios.